Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? I hope you're ready for, can everybody hear me?
Yep, show.
Yep.
And good morning.
Great. All right, welcome to another exciting Friday. It's another, utterly miserable day outside in Seattle. So you wouldn't want to be outside, you want to be in here, talking about the energy code for 6.5 hours. Welcome, and we have a packed agenda today. We know we're not going to get through all of it. We're going to start with stuff tabled from earlier meetings. We have 2 key issues today. We're going to revisit the heat pump water heating at 10, and then go into C406, which is going to be a long, well, there's a lot of C406 proposals, and it's a very complicated section because it includes lots of other sections in it, and it includes a point scoring system. So we're going to give the proponents time to talk about some major ones there, and then there's a lot of kind of minor updates. So I don't know exactly how we're going to resolve that today, but this is our first hearing of most of the C406 stuff. So once again, we have lots of people in the room. Please raise your hand when you want to say something. Please mute yourself if you don't have the floor, and I have the mute button, so I will be muting lots of you if I see you unmuted, just to keep the chatter down. In some cases, we can have some crosstalk when there's questions, and if you do have a question for the proponent or for somebody else, please address them by name, and then you can provide a reasonably short answer to your question. So raise your hand. Yeah, that's under reactions. Once you raise your hand, once I call on you, please lower your hand, and that means that you've been addressed and you have no further questions. Please also, as often as you want, and as often as you want is not as often as I want, please use your reactions. That tells me that you are hearing what's saying and you agree with it, or this red X can say you disagree with whatever is being said, and that will help me know when we should move on from a subject, because everybody kind of generally agrees on it. All right, so without further ado, let's get into a roll call.
Okay, Michael Baranek,
I'm here.
Eric Bedell,
Here.
Chris Burrows, CJ Brockway,
Yeah.
Martin Connor, Michael Curtright, Kevin Duell, Mike Fowler,
Good morning, I'm here.
Patrick Hayes,
Present.
Gary Hickinen,
Here.
Scott Henderson, Chris Holliday, Luke Howard,
Here.
Dwayne Johnlin, Elizabeth Joyce, Bill Kraus, John Lang,
Good morning.
Mike McGivern,
Good morning, President.
Alan Montpelier, Henry Odom, Eric Olnon,
Here, good morning.
Andrew Poltorak, Irina Rasputnis,
Here.
David Reddy,
Morning, here.
Lisa Rosenau,
Good morning, here.
Poppy Storm,
Here.
Gavin Tenold,
Here.
Sean Big,
Here.
Amy Wheelis.
Present.
Okay. We do have a quorum present.
That's great. Thanks, everybody, for showing up. First thing is to look at the agenda, and I think Robbie had a suggestion for that.
Yeah, I have a time constraint and was hoping to get to my two proposals, the 052 and 054, before 9:30. So if those could get moved up, and 147 is also basically combined with 052. I think those should be considered at the same time.
Seemed reasonable. Is that a motion? Do we need, I guess, do we have do we need a motion to move something on the agenda, or?
I have moved to move the three proposals up in the agenda to first, and then approve the agenda as modified.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion. Patrick?
This is not on the motion subject, so call me after we do this vote.
Okay, awesome. Is there further discussion on the agenda? Okay. All in favor of the motion to approve the agenda as modified, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have an agenda. Patrick?
I propose that we adopt the same rules of engagement as we did last Friday regarding the voice vote versus a roll call vote. It seemed to work very well, and it didn't bog things down, and it was an accurate way of doing it. Shell?
So to restate that, Patrick, are you making a motion that if there's a single dissenting vote that we do a roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Yeah, I'll second that.
We have a second or two. Further discussion. Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that's the way we'll the way we'll do it. And just so it's clear, when special rules are adopted, they need to be adopted at each meeting. They can't, unless they're in the bylaws. My understanding is they need to be adopted at each meeting. They can't just carry over to all future meetings, which is why we needed to vote on that this morning. All right, the minutes from July 16th are not available, so we are just moving on past that, right, Krista?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. I've been slacking.
You haven't been slacking. Krista works really, really hard on all this stuff. It's amazing what she's able to do. Okay, so that means we're on 147. And Patrick, do you want to lower your hand? I can't hear you, Robbie. If you go ahead and talk about it.
Yeah, so I'm actually realizing that none of the folks that I was talking with about these two 147 and 052 proposals are on the call, unless I'm not seeing them. Is Morgan Heater or Mark Frankel or Elizabeth, any of you on?
Hi, Henry Odom with Ecotopes here.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that someone is going to be capable to speak to this. So you're okay speaking to 147, Henry, if we need to dig into that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so the two proposals, 147 and 052, both are targeted towards requiring specific design parameters for hydronic heating and cooling coils. We attempted to combine or integrate the suggestions from the 147 proposal because it was pretty limited in specifically targeting heating coils, whereas the 052 proposal targets both heating and cooling coils. So with the revised document that I think Krista's pulling up on the screen here, we've attempted to capture most of what 147 was trying to go for, which is to take it a step beyond what I had originally proposed and try and make it so that heating coils are going to be more likely to be able to be retrofit with heat pumps should they be should a project install, say, a gas water heating source, even though there's other proposals on the table that make that more limited. We did not end up coming to a full agreement. Myself and Elizabeth with Arup were kind of on the side of the requirement for a maximum 10-degree delta T is too stringent on a system that is not a heat pump provided system. It increases the flow rate considerably on the whole system on the chance that you're going to retrofit it at some point with a heat pump. So with the revised language for 052 on the screen, we did not go all the way down to 10. We incorporated the maximum delta T language, but left it at 20 degrees. And so that's kind of where we stand right now.
Anybody else have thoughts on this?
So I guess
Yeah,
what that would do. Oh, go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, I was just going to affirm that, yeah, if you reduce the delta T to 10, you double the flow of water and thereby increase pipe size and pump size. So that would be a big impact on a system, especially an existing system.
Do you also increase the coil size?
Yes. Yeah, you'd probably go from a 2 to a 4 to a 6 row coil, like a cooling coil.
Dwayne Johnlin. Dwayne, you have the floor.
Sorry. Given that you have the 20-degree delta, now is this accomplishing the intention that you started out with to make it so that it will work for some future heat pump system?
It's the opinion of myself and Elizabeth and her group at Arup that reviewed this, that this is not going to limit all heat pump applications, but I think that Ecotope, maybe I can let Henry speak to that. They felt pretty passionate that 10 degrees allowed basically all heat pumps to be applied.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Definitely a lot of these new, CO2 heat pumps, which arguably may not be set up very well for space heating. Those can definitely get really high temperatures. Some of the 410A kind of stuff would struggle in the wintertime to hit 138.
Well, Henry, we're speaking right now about the delta, right? So I think that was an issue of the pressure drop across the condenser on a heat pump.
Yeah.
My question was basically just if you've switched to this 20-degree delta T, then did you accomplish what you set out to do to make it compatible with future heat pump upgrade?
In my opinion, you will still have options for upgrading to a heat pump, but it might, according to Ecotope experience, which I acknowledge, I think they've got a lot more on the smaller project side of things. They're saying that it will there will be some instances where you can't because the available products have too high of a pressure drop if you use 20 degree delta T. On larger scale projects, I don't see any problem doing the 20 degree delta T on a heat pump system.
Mike
This is-
Kennedy.
Oh,
So
sorry.
with
I
the,
raised my hand.
so with the lower delta T, you'd have higher flow and higher pump energy in all cases.
Right. So that's what we
Okay.
were concerned with is, the code still potentially allows, gas heating as a source in some applications. And for that system, that is going to, double or triple the flow rate.
Right.
I do think the 30 degree delta is not really achievable on heat pumps. And that's a pretty common design standard today.
Right. And this is assuming that you get to the point that you are actually converting out to a heat pump at some point, which may or may, I mean, I guess I feel like, do you know what, I mean, is there any sense of what percentage of systems are going to be a problem at 20 degrees rather than 10? I mean, is this 80% of the units won't be able to go to heat pump, or is this 20%?
I would really need Ecotope to speak to that.
Does anybody have an answer for Mike?
I would not have an answer to that.
I mean, this is our compression. I think it's going to highly vary by the system type and application. If you have a 100% outside air system that's serving a kitchen makeup air unit or a lab, and it's designed for Eastern Washington at 0 degrees, it's a very different scenario than, Western Washington. Just, I don't know, it's highly variable based on the application at that hot water coil. So.
Well, am I reading this correctly that it's 118 entering water temperature? In other words, the leaving water temperature would be 20 degrees less than that. I think the limitation on the heat pump technology is achieving that higher temperature, the entering water temperature to the coil. Is that correct?
That's my understanding of it.
Not the delta T, rather, but the maximum temperature, in other words.
Correct. Most R410A applications top out at 125 to 130, depending on what your outdoor air temperature is. And CO2 really can't be used for hydronic heating because you need return air temperatures that are below like 85 to run a CO2 heat pump to not go into a triple phase reason on the unit, is my understanding. So,
So it seems like the limitation then is that 118, not the 20 degree delta T, and that 118 is quite achievable.
yeah, and some of these large heat pumps, I think even on the new applications, you can get, more than a 10 degree delta T on them. You could probably get a 12 to 15 degree delta T on some large air source heat pump technology system, depending on your outdoor air temperature. So anyways.
Oh, so I'm incorrect. Then 20 degree delta T could be an issue, not just the maximum temperature.
Well, you're going to have electric backup likely in the system for peak times. So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated equation that, you don't need that delta T when it's 40 degrees outside, but you may need that delta T when it's 0 degrees outside. So yeah, there's quite a bit of analysis to figure this out in a technical manner.
Gotcha.
Eric Bedell.
Yeah, this is similar to Kevin's question, but how did that 118 get derived? I don't really understand where that number was pulled from or why it was pulled from, when you, like as Eric Vandermeer mentioned, that you can get 125 or 130 degrees off of air source heat pumps right now. So that question's to Robbie.
Yeah, so let me read, because that is language from Ecotope's proposal. So Henry, if you have that offhand, speak up, but I'm looking through the email to see what Morgan had said.
I mean, Eric, most designers are designing around somewhere in 118 or 120 degree, just to be sure, you know, that we can meet those temperatures, especially when it's really cold outside.
Cold.
So
Yeah.
I think that I'm in agreement that 118 is a good starting point for the temperature, especially if we're including, you know, Eastern Washington into that. So I don't have a problem with the 118 at all.
So Morgan's response to our questioning on that was that over 118, he's seen it lead to burnout compressors on R410A equipment. And he's seen that both on water and ground loop systems.
Okay. Thank you. That was a great response. Thank you.
David, ready?
Yeah, maybe I missed this, but the original proposal started at 15 and then it went to 10 delta T and now it's at 20. Was 15 not thought as kind of a reasonable happy medium in there?
The 15 was a copy from the chilled water coil selection.
I see.
I mean, really, like the old way of doing this is more like 30 degrees, right? So we're coming down from there to 20. And 20 is in my experience. So that's why after going back and forth on it with Ecotope and not really coming up with a compromise, I just set it to what, you know, that for the 052 is my proposal. So I set it to what I believe is an acceptable level for kind of low temperature heating water systems.
And just to be clear, Robbie, that was both you and Arab agreed on that number, and then Ecotope thought a different number was the right number.
Right.
For the 20. Okay. Just want to be clear on that. Kevin.
A larger concern for me with this is the effect on existing systems. I assume this applies to existing systems as well.
Exception 5 there actually completely exempts it, but
I'm
trying to dig up, I think, the proposal.
Oh, that's a new one. Okay.
For the heat pumps. The overall heat pump discussion actually specifically tells existing equipment that they do need to comply with this. So that's conflicting language right now.
Okay. So with exception 5, we're okay, but a different section needs to change based on something we already passed, probably.
Well, yeah, I would say exception 5 probably needs to be struck in this because the I don't remember where we're at with the heat pump requirement proposal. I think it's been passed, but is still being modified.
The whole thing has been passed. I think the chapter 5 is the parts of chapter 5 are the outstanding pieces.
So there seemed to be consensus from that group that that this should apply to existing. So exception 5 should likely be deleted to be in concert with the heat pump proposal.
Well, in that case, my concern stands because a larger issue for an existing system is if you replace a coil that was sized for, say, 160 degree input water and 20 degree delta T is probably a 1 or 2 row coil. And if you replace that with a coil sized for 118 entering water temperature, that will likely be a 4 to 6 row coil. And the pressure drop will increase geometrically from perhaps 0.2 of an inch to an inch. And that could effectively choke an existing fan system and make it not function, which might require a booster fan or some other modification to that system, which as a consequence would increase energy consumption. The fan is not the principal energy consumer in the system, but just from a functional standpoint, there would have to be a means to make that system work again with this larger coil. So I would recommend keeping exception 5 just to keep existing systems functioning.
And another way to approach this would be to keep or delete exception 5 now, and then when we talk about chapter 5 later, to revisit just that one piece of this. That would be one way to approach this challenge we have now. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I'm I guess I wanted to talk about the exceptions. Just are there, I mean, there's no exceptions in 147 and there's several in 152, in 52. Does Ecotope feel like the exceptions there are reasonable? Is there any reason not to have all those exceptions? I don't know that you can talk to that, Henry.
Yeah, this is really Morgan's move. I think all these exceptions look reasonable. I also agree about exception 5 is it'd be a pretty substantial swap out. I know Morgan's main intent was to put this as a new requirement now, so future buildings could be retrofitted. I don't think he was quite going after existing buildings that aggressively. So,
And just to give some feedback on Mike's question there. So originally my proposal had a lot more exceptions, right? So the red edits are working with Ecotope. So we got rid of the constant volume exception, lowered the exception for individual units down to 1,000 CFM. So those were concessions from the original proposal.
Okay, and you're okay with those? I guess this is your proposal, so.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, thanks.
Lisa,
Yeah, I'm just kind of chiming in on the alteration element of this. Is this something where, I think you mentioned it earlier, that we should be considering adding some type of an exception to the charging language in C503.4? And just trying to think of where's the most appropriate place to account for this, so that it's clear that this is not intended to apply to existing building alterations.
I think this should apply to existing building alterations. I think maybe Kevin's concern, I mean, it feels to me like that's only really a valid concern if you're replacing an individual coil component within an air handling unit. So perhaps exception 5, I would suggest could be changed to say newer replacement coils within existing equipment.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know how Kevin feels about that.
Yeah, I think that if what could take care of it, and perhaps it, we don't have to get into the weeds on this, is, the code is pretty clear in section C503, where it states that the code only applies to things that are being changed, and it does not require the unaltered portions of the building or systems to comply with the new code. So that could take care of it very indirectly, but that detail in the existing building chapter could be pointed to address the concern that Kevin mentioned about not being able to add a coil with more rows to account for compliance with this section.
Well, but Kevin's question is about if you are already planning to modify that coil.
I see. I see.
I don't think there's any misunderstanding that it would require you to replace a coil that's not currently being adjusted.
I see.
And Krista,
sorry, I was on mute.
Krista, if you could complete that edit to get rid of the words new or on exception 5, because it would just be replacement.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned a fan system in particular, but more specifically for, say, a VAV terminal box with hydronic heating, if you replaced one box and put this coil on it, that box will no longer function. The system just won't have enough pressure to overcome that because it'll be designed for something much lower.
Right.
I don't think it would just straight up not function. I think that's a pretty case-by-case situation.
So should this be an exception at the parent level here? I mean, is there a reason to make the people have their chilled water coils comply, but not their hot water coils in this case?
That's a good point. Yeah. If you move it up to the 3.7 above, I think that makes sense. But Kevin, I mean, you'd have to be replacing the critical path coil for that to not function.
I hear you, but the
One more level, Krista.
ductwork serving, well, with exception 5, there would be no problem for the heating coil in a VAV system. And yes, the damper will adjust, but that damper and that ductwork serving that box was sized for a given flow rate and a given pressure drop. If you increase that pressure drop by a factor of 5, it's going to affect the flow rate, particularly in heating mode. Excuse me, in cooling mode more particularly, and usually a fan coil, excuse me, I'm getting things mixed up here. Typically a shutoff box is sized for its cooling flow because that's a higher flow rate. If you put this coil in there, you'll increase the pressure drop during cooling as well as during heating.
Yeah, I challenge your concerns there. If the tag feels that it's that Kevin's raising a valid concern, I can work up some examples, but I mean, it's not going to be a 5-fold air side pressure drop increase to go to from a 1-row coil to a 2-row coil.
Well, I think we're looking at a 4-row coil. 118 is pretty close to a delivery temperature, and lies with a chilled water coil where your water temperature and your air delivery temperatures are very similar. The closer you bring those temperatures together, the more metal you need in there to get the heat transfer. So
Yeah, Kevin, I agree with you on this, that the approach is tough, right? So it's going to just increase your coil size, right? And we don't know someone made that, I think Mike Kennedy made that point where every case is different, but if you have a 160-degree design system, you're gonna have an issue if you have to go down to 118 degrees. That coil's going to grow.
I haven't sized a coil to check this. I'm just working with my 25 years of experience in the industry. But
I've seen for some of the Chapter 5 language, some more nuance in exceptions for things that talk about replacement of components versus replacement of a system or upgrading of the system or something like that. And that we maybe need more nuance in this exception, is what I hear you say, Kevin and Eric. Chris Haas.
Thank you. So I'm Chris Hawes with Local 32. I'm a technician who's been in the commercial industry for 30 years. An actual technician, the one who goes out and actually installs and services and maintains this equipment. And I'm going to echo what Kevin said, that if you have to take a small terminal VAV box and put in go to a 4-row coil on with a hot water reheat system, you will have issues with the fan powered side. It doesn't mean that you can't address it by upsizing that whole VAV box. I mean, there's ways to work around it. But what will happen is in small 1 to 2, service change outs, there just won't be any permits. So it won't matter. They'll just put in there will be a like and kind change out because contractors just won't permit a small job like that. On larger jobs where we're going to go in and do a full renovation of a floor, that job will be permitted. The cost will be added in to increase all of the existing infrastructure to upsize your fan capacity for that floor. It just adds additional cost to the renovation. In the end, as an employee, I get paid by the hour, so it doesn't really matter to me. You just have to be aware that it'll be a dramatic increase in cost for small renovations in spaces. So I just wanted to point that out from my experience. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. And I'm wondering if there's a way to move forward on this proposal with a few people getting together later and hashing out the replacement language, new replacement of coils or of systems or of equipment or something, or if we can crib some language from some of the Chapter 5 proposals or reference that somehow, just so we can agree on most of this and then agree to work together on the rest of it. I'm wondering if that's a way forward. Mike Kennedy.
I was a little confused. Is anybody arguing that we should remove this exception for replacement coils? I thought everybody was kind of in agreement, so I'm not sure. I mean, I could see where you might want to limit this to replacement coils within a heating system when you're not messing with the airflow or something, but I could see limiting it more, but I haven't heard anybody say we should get rid of this, so.
Okay. Is that a choose? Does everybody agree with what Mike said?
Yes, I agree with Mike.
Okay.
I haven't heard any resistance to keeping 5 in.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Anybody want to make a motion to move this thing forward?
Do we
Or
want to,
are there further to discuss further? Go ahead, Mike.
I think, was the idea also to move it up to the 403.3.7, so it wouldn't be number 5 anymore?
That's how it's
so-
shown on the screen.
Right.
We do need to change it to say within existing equipment though, because it still says hot water.
Yeah, I was going to say, should we change that to hydronic system?
I would just say equipment because we're talking about within an air terminal or air handler, right?
Eric Pullman.
I just wanted to reiterate that we should change it from heating water system to, I'm fine with what we have shown now though.
Great. Eric Fidel, you have your hand up as well.
No, I got to take mine down. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Still learning this after 7 meetings.
No worries. Your arm's going to get tired. All right. Is there anybody want to make a motion on this thing?
Motion to accept.
Second.
As modified, I assume.
As modified, yeah. Motion to accept as modified.
Okay, we have a
And-
motion. Go ahead,
To
Lisa.
clarify, we are voting on the proposal on the right. Is that correct?
That is correct. The
And the
proposal on the
proposal-
right.
The proposal on the left is being withdrawn?
I haven't heard a motion. Go ahead, Henry.
I said I'll withdraw that proposal on the left.
Okay, we have withdrawal of proposal, is that 147?
Yes.
Okay, so all in favor, we have a motion on the table, we have a second. Is there further discussion on the proposal, the only proposal on the screen now? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed, say nay. Okay, that was a fruitful discussion. We ended up with consensus. Okay, let's move on to proposal 2 on the day. We appreciate everybody working together to make better language. Okay, I think this is another Robbie one.
Yeah, so I believe we discussed this earlier in this process, and I was tasked with coming up with some more specific language about defining thermal energy storage. The overall goal of this proposal was to allow for systems that use thermal energy storage to not have to reset the supply water temperature, because in effect that would usually reduce the capacity of the thermal energy storage. I did not feel very passionate about this one to try and dig it up. I looked up in ASHRAE 9.1 to see if they had any definition for thermal energy storage. Didn't find anything in there. Didn't really have the time to look at capacity limits. So I'm presenting it as it's shown on the screen. If the tag feels that that is not specific enough and is concerned about, it being a loophole, then, feel free to not approve it. But I think it's necessary for what is a fairly rare occurrence in buildings to just allow a path to compliance through the control system. This is a control requirement that I would suppose in most thermal energy storage applications will just be ignored. And the intent of this proposal was pretty much just to provide a code compliant pathway to what I believe most engineers would already be doing if they're designing thermal energy storage into their system.
Okay, Dwayne.
It doesn't say, it doesn't give any sort of parameters about the size of the thermal energy storage. Is it 5 gallons or is it 5,000 gallons?
Yeah, that was what I was trying to get into. That was your question last time, and I'm saying I didn't have time to define that, and I don't feel the passion to do so. So I'm presenting it as this way. If the tag has some capacities they want to throw in there, feel free to go ahead. I don't think this is a massive loophole because this is not a cost item. Supplier temperature reset or supply water temperature reset is a software cost that every controls contractor already has a canned sequence for. So no one's going to use this as a loophole. If they're putting in thermal energy storage and it's saving them, they believe that it's saving their system energy, then I think they will likely ignore this provision, whether this exception is there or not.
Dwayne, does that address your concern?
Well, my thinking is that if, as Robbie says, this is extremely rare anyway, and it's not, fully fleshed out, it's the kind of thing where an engineer would come to us and say, can we just not do that control because we're doing, this big thermal energy storage under the building, and we'd work that out. So I would propose that we not accept this.
Is that a motion?
Okay, that's a motion.
We have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to disapprove and a second. Is there further discussion? David, did you want to say something?
I mean, I guess, having to get formal exceptions from code officials is always something that could be missed. And then also, even then, it could be missed through, I could see this coming up during commissioning, for example. The commissioning engineer might identify the sequence not complying with code, and this loophole, this would give direct exception to that, to the commissioning professional. So I see it as useful. But
David, do you see a threshold being necessary for this one to be a good code proposal?
No.
Okay. Kevin.
I'm curious why this wouldn't be acceptable. What's the problem with allowing this exception?
My concern was that since it doesn't say how big you have to be a thermal energy storage, basically anybody could, claim that that you've got a thermal energy storage for any amount, no matter how tiny.
There is nothing to be gained by doing that, Dwayne, because there's no cost associated with this, really.
You'd have to expend money to get this exception in that case. You'd have to put a tank on there just to not program what you'd normally do. And the reason I ask is because thermal energy storage, while rare, can be profoundly energy saving. It adds resiliency to the building. It evens out loads for the utility. There's great reason to have a energy storage system, and I think in the future this need will increase.
Thanks, Kevin. I have Eric Ullman.
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with both Kevin and Robbie, and the fact that we're talking about large systems already here, and that if they're, I want to play devil's advocate, and just in the fact that there's not going to be very many systems. This will have to go through the AHJ, and that, if there is a question, it's good to have this language in there. But from an economies of scale standpoint, it's not going to make sense for them to include thermal energy storage unless it helps them in the end, because it's not going to save them money from a first cost standpoint.
Thank you then, Eric. I will now withdraw my motion.
Okay, we now have no motion on the table. Does anybody want to make a different kind of motion?
Motion to accept this proposal as is.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Lisa.
Yeah, well, this is before, I should have put my name, hand down. We switched there, but the detail I'd like to share is that, for jurisdictions that this is not a common thing for them to have to deal with, it is very helpful for them when a engineer or contractor can point out a specific language in the code and state that, we are going to comply with, or we are utilizing this exception. That's always helpful for the jurisdictions when they've got something to point to.
Thanks, Lisa. All in favor of, I see no more hands up. So all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, so this passes. Gary in the chat said that he abstained on the, not this vote, but the prior vote on the prior vote. And my understanding, Patrick, from your motion earlier today was that if there were any nays, we would take a roll call vote. Abstentions would not require a roll call vote. Is that correct, Patrick?
Yes, and I abstained as well.
Okay.
There was too much dissension on that thing.
Okay. I guess, Krista, for record keeping, is it important that I also ask for abstentions whenever I do a voice vote? I haven't typically done that because they've been pretty much unanimous and we have a quorum present. But I can also ask that if that's.
I think it's proper when we get to the voice vote, Chell, that you do ask for abstentions.
Okay, I'll do that. And remind me if I forget to do that. Okay, so are there any abstentions on this this one in front of us? Because we already asked for yays and we had lots of them, nays and we had none of them. Are there any abstentions on this one in front of us?
Well, I abstained too, Chell, but
Okay.
I would just say that if you don't hear any nays, I don't think you have to go back and ask for abstentions. I think only if we got a nay and you go to a voice vote, then that would be, I don't think we have to. I don't think we have to bog it down too much. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. We're kind of establishing rules as we go and our procedures as we go. And I appreciate contributions to that. Okay, so we've gotten through a couple proposals. We are on to what's next. My agenda is out of order here. So that was 54. Now we're on to 192. This is a Lisa proposal, I believe.
Actually, this is Mike Kennedy's
Oh,
proposal.
Mike Kennedy. Okay. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. Could you pull up the recent version that I sent, Krista,
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
at the very last minute? So Lisa raised a couple issues with the performance table and actually with some of the high capacity water heat system language. Basically that with the standard just says electric storage water heaters, and in standard, there's no longer a definition of resistance tanks versus heat pump water heaters. But of course, we still think of them that way. And so Lisa was really concerned that not having heat pump listed here explicitly was a mistake. So we added resistance and heat pump here. There's also an issue that the larger heat pumps don't have a rating. These are only the smaller integrated tanks, unitary tanks that are under this. So there's a new footnote. Well, there's a footnote I, which has been changed, and that's down at the bottom, that basically just iterates that there's no minimum efficiency requirements for electric heat pump water heaters greater than 12 kW. Yeah, greater than 12 kW or gas heat pump water heaters. Decided to throw that in. So those are the changes to the table. And then in C404.2.2, there was, some of this is just cleanup. I got rid of the one or more, which was a phrase that I had added. And it just struck me as dumb when I was looking at it recently. And, oh no, that's okay. One or more of the following. In other words, you could have a mix of these things. Yeah, that one. The one change is this electric resistance item should be by 5%, not 105. Dwayne Johnlin just pointed that out with the way it's reworded, that needs to go away. And then heat pump water heaters, basically no longer, this is actually a change where I'm just saying, hey, if it's a heat pump water heater, it's good. It doesn't have to be 105% better than the rating or 5% better than the rating. So that's that. And then the COP portion of this has been deleted. That's not a rating point. And I guess the thought is if they're commercial heat pump water heaters, that's good enough. We don't have to have people searching for a rating point that's not an official rating point. And then, so that's what I had proposed before, the changes to what I had proposed before. I added some changes to this, to the C404.2.1, which is down below. And this was, I mean, there was an issue with number one here because you could have tanks that were rated in UEF, and then you could have larger tanks that were not rated but had COPs. And it was just a problem. Lisa's been getting questions about how a UEF relates to a COP. So I just changed it to say, hey, if you got a heat pump water heater, it's good. So that's the basic changes here.
Lisa, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'm happy that Mike took this on and made these changes. They do address the concerns that were brought to our attention. Actually, was a timely tech support inquiry that rolled in just last week, where the engineer was expressing confusion about how to meet this requirement in the energy code when the products and the equipment he was looking at were only rated at UEF. So they didn't have COP ratings. So it's great that this has been taken care of. And also by adding heat pump, the actual words heat pump in the table, as Mike has done here, we believe that is going to add some clarity to the code so folks don't have to go digging for that information. So I'm very much in support of it. I appreciate Mike's effort.
Great. I see in C404.2.1, we have a title that has an exclusion of R1 and R2, but is that in the text somewhere, the exclusion, because titles are not an enforceable code language?
Good catch. And there's actually 202.22 probably has the same issue, just not that, because that's the other.
So the fix would be to, in the first sentence, to say in new buildings other than with R1 and R2 occupancies.
Well, in 2.2 it would be
in new buildings.
It with.
Right.
And then in 2.1 it would be without.
Well, and we're not just talking about a new building that has it, we're talking about portions of new buildings that are those occupancies, right?
Oh, wait. This has it in there, Dwayne. It says serving.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah, it does, okay.
So let's look at 2.1 and make sure that same. Okay, it's not.
Okay. So after the word equipment in the second line, we'd say serving occupancies other than group R1 and R2.
Kevin,
Yeah, I had a question about paragraph B, removing the requirement for an efficiency rating. If I'm reading that correctly, that begs the question, well, what is a heat pump? I mean, could I make a heat pump that has a COP of 1 as a manufacturer, and that would be acceptable?
I think so.
So I question, I don't think that's a likelihood, but it seems to me the purpose of a code is to define what these things shall perform to. And that if someone has to dig for that, well, that's
Well,
exactly what they should do.
the problem here is there's no rating. So they have to dig for it to find a COP because there is no rated COP.
Is there some measurement of performance?
If the manufacturer, and they do, produces a performance table, then it will have a COP on it. And that will be for the larger equipment. For the standalone unitary equipment, there will not be a COP, it will be a UEF.
I see.
And I think we could add in one, I probably maybe should be electric heat pump water heater. I mean, there's potentially gas heat pump water heaters.
True.
But I'm fine. If we want to put that COP back in, it just seemed like I had been in a discussion where it seemed like people were making the case that it wasn't needed.
I don't foresee any manufacturers coming out with heat pumps that have a COP that's bad.
let's go with Nick.
Thank you, and hi everyone. This is Nick Harbeck with the Air Conditioning, Heating, Refrigeration Institute, and Mike, want to thank you for putting some great work into this proposal here. Some feedback that we at AHRI have received that may be helpful for this section specifically would be for this exception B to maybe be reworded to modify the language to allow for commercial heat pump water heaters that are potentially rated in accordance with Appendix E to Subpart G of 10 CFR Part 431. Which is the language for the test procedure method for commercial water heaters, as a way to maybe add some clarification to that. Obviously, if that's not necessarily within the scope of your proposal here, that changes, but it may provide some additional clarification around this section B.
Can Nick, it's 430 is good. It was 431.
Yeah, so it's
the Appendix E, right? And what you're saying is it's not. We want to include equipment rated to that, right?
Correct. Yeah, Appendix E to Subpart G of 10 CFR 431, and then the not would be probably deleted there to provide that additional clarification.
Right. I guess I was just basically trying to say all other heat pumps would be covered by using the not. But
Okay, so let's go with David, ready?
I'm sorry if I missed this, but do these two sections go away if the heat pump water heating proposal is adopted that we're going to discuss later?
yes.
Yes.
Well, yeah, probably.
So maybe we should revisit this after, or can we revisit this after that?
So, yes.
I agree with the table change. The table changes are great. I think those clarifications are really helpful.
Okay.
But these two sections seem.
So
I wanted to get them quite kind of right, just in case, because I was worried that the heat pump water heater might pass the tag, but they get pulled later by the council, and they're not going to necessarily go back and fix these sections.
I see.
That was the only reason.
I mean,
I'm concerned this language that's on the screen is not right. we would have to change it to either the existing language of not rated in accordance to 430, or delete the not rated according to 430 and just have it be rated in accordance with 431. Is Nick still on the line? That's more in line with what you were saying, right?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
And I'm not sure, I think this maybe raises more questions for users, but.
Brian had his hand up and then put it down. Did you have something to say, Brian?
Yeah, thanks. Brian Ahee, Bradford White Corporation. I was just going to echo Nick's comments that commercial heat pump water heaters are a federally regulated equipment and do have the uniform test procedures that are clarified in Appendix E, Subpart G of 10 CFR 431.
Okay.
Are there any
And-
capacity limitations to the rating method? Like, does it cut out at a certain capacity on either end? This is David.
And I'm sorry, was that question to me or Nick? Or
You or Nick? Yeah, a question to you or Nick. I'm not familiar with that rating method, but I know like a lot of the tables and other rating methods have capacity threshold limits on what applies to those rating methods. So are there any capacity thresholds?
I'd have to do some additional research on that to answer that question.
Gotcha.
Okay. I think we need to move on soon. Gary.
And not to belabor the point, would this be better put in that the table C404.2? Add another line that speaks to commercial heat pump water heaters and referencing the appendix F subpart G of 10 CFR 431 rather than putting it in the text.
My understanding is that Appendix E just defines kind of a test procedure, but not any minimum rating.
Okay.
So
Well,
it would
true.
be a
Okay.
little confusing. I mean, I guess we could put it in there and say no requirement, but list the test procedure.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Nick.
Sorry, I raised my hand, but I realized I can maybe put this in chat as well. But I found the definitions for commercial water heaters as referenced in Appendix C subpart G to 10 CFR 431 are earlier defined in 10 CFR 431.102, which I'll post just for everyone's reference right now. But thank you for asking. And that includes capacity splits for gas and electric, I believe.
So are we ready for a motion?
I'm ready.
I'd like to move that the proposal be accepted as modified on the screen.
I'll second that.
We have a motion. We have a second. Is there further discussion on this proposal? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, passes with near unanimity or possibly unanimity. All right, we are on to reduced fenestration U values. This is a Dwayne proposal.
Sure, bring it up. This just came back because Patrick raised an interesting point about things. So you'll see where there's some red text in there. In the table, I inserted a line for in the all other category for units that show up as a package deal, rather than making people try to calculate the weighted average. I just split the difference between the fixed and operable. And then if you scroll down further, there's some more red text where I made that option available for the high performance as well. And then you can see in the bottom piece of red text, well, it didn't, the strikeout didn't show. Since I show a combined, that last phrase that says, and fenestration from lines D and E are permitted to be combined, I wanted to strike that.
Thanks, Dwayne. Patrick?
I got an email from Caroline, and you got this right, Dwayne, but she's requesting that on the metal portion that we do the same thing on high performance fenestration, that you can average between the fixed of 0.0 and
you can
operating of 0.36.
Well, Patrick, I'm not willing to go there for the site fabricated fenestration, because that gets into entire systems, and I did handle that for her with that last thing that says except for fenestration from lines A and B are permitted to be combined. That was her concern, was satisfied with that that phrase. So I think doing this for the fabricated, the prefabricated units that you get in that all other category handled the issue that came up last time.
Sound good, Patrick?
No, because I thought I thought it was all about the metal portion, not the non-metal portion.
Well, remember, this is not metal and non-metal anymore. This is site fabricated and all other.
Well, all other includes punched openings.
That's typically what's in the all other, and it also, you can have aluminum sections of prefabricated units as well. Doesn't matter what the material is, you're still in that all other if you're not.
You're not going to be able to buy aluminum sections with a 0.23 U factor.
Well, that's perhaps not actually true, but in any case, this would, I would stand on the changes that have been made here on the screen already.
Eric Bedell.
I thought we negotiated the 0.31 for the high performance fenestration. I don't know how that got 0.30 again.
I thought we did too.
And I'm 100% behind this with 0.31, which was the negotiated value, just to let you know that.
Right.
As it stands now, I'm going to vote no or make a motion to disapprove. Can't have this dug in this deep, Dwayne.
Yeah, right, Patrick. No, that I do remember that's correct, and I might have started this from one that wasn't corrected yet. So that you're talking about 1A being 0.31 instead of 0.30.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you.
Yep.
David, ready?
Yeah, for the all other vertical fenestration, can we go up to the previous section? Yes, or the table. So picking a value in between isn't really appropriate, because the way the products get rated is if any component of the mold unit is operable, it gets the NFRC value assigned of the operable component for the mold unit.
Actually, that's not true, David. It's not true. It's true in a sense that the NFRC thermal test is based on the combined unit. Now, if it has a continuous mainframe and a T-bar, then you test the combined unit. If it's a mold construction, then the operable unit on the left, say, would get one value, and the fixed unit on the right would get another value. But if it's a casement and a fixed, and it's one mainframe, that is a separate test, and the NFRC test reflects both products.
That's not my understanding, and
No.
I've never reviewed a Windows submittal with two NFRC ratings for a mold unit. It's one CPD number assigned.
I have, and I quit counting thermal tests that I did at NCTL at 250. I threw the logbook away. I have performed over 250 thermal tests at NCTL in Everett. That's how it's done.
This thermal testing of the windows themselves is separate from the simulations that are performed, and then the NFRC CPD numbers that are assigned to products. So
that's not true either.
That's
you do the hot box test.
Not for mold units.
And you simulate in a program called Therm.
Yeah, I'm totally familiar with that. I was an FRC certified simulator.
Let me finish.
Why don't you let David finish?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just pointing out the fact that, well, anyways, I've said my piece. Dwayne, I don't know if you'd consider just making a separate or modifying the operable line to say operable or fixed / operable units, and just allow 0.28 for those units.
I think what he's got there is just fine.
Patrick, I'm going to allow a certain amount of crosstalk, but I don't want any voices to just be jumping in all the time. So I think something was suggested. I think we should let that suggestion go to Dwayne and have his response.
Okay, well, I was responding to what I thought was the request from last meeting to provide something that took a unit. I think as soon as we say, well, anything that's got an operable section in it can have the lower value. I'm not sure we're going in the right direction there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that the actual performance of the window is necessarily not closer to 0.27 or something in between. It's just that if you were to document with a Windows submittal, like VPI Windows, for example, only includes one rating point on mold units. They don't provide multiple NFRC or U values for different components of a mold unit. So that's my experience. And
could we hear from Mike?
Yeah. My understanding, and it does not extend to really closely to, I guess, Class AW windows, but certainly my understanding of the NFRC rating is that is as David is saying, that, you know, I mean, if Windows got a slider and half of it slides, the total area is considered an operable window. And that can get carried to the extreme, obviously. So I think there is, I mean, it still means that if it's an all fixed unit, then it's fixed. And then if it's got some portion that's operable, it would be operable. And I think you could still say you need to be averaged there, but I think there is potentially some confusion.
Thank you. Shall I'd just like to, I'll go with the tag. If could we just consider that Mike and David have made a motion to use the operable U factor value for combination units. If the tag is good with that, then I will, I'll be okay with making this modification to instead of adding this third line to say operable or combination fixed operable, and those would all be the 0.28. But I'd like to hear from the, just if the tag buys into that.
Well, we can vote on it. I didn't hear a motion from David or Mike about that, but I think language can be suggested and motions can be made at any point.
Wouldn't the NFRC rating, it would declare the window as, I mean, the window would be officially a fixed window or an operable window based on the NFRC rating.
Mike is correct.
Well, yeah, these things will come in from the factory, you know, and it's 68 square feet and
well, I guess I'm thinking
square feet of that is operable.
Right, and my sense is that they would, the U value would say that it was an operable window.
Yeah, I think that's what's being said here, and so this just becomes a clarification.
So what Krista has on the screen, if she deletes the that, is that generally what you were hoping for, Mike, David, Dwayne, and Patrick?
I think what she has on the screen looks good. When I schedule them, I average them anyways, just as they're on the screen. And
okay, all right. Is everybody generally? Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I feel like that's ambiguous. I feel like someone might think, well, I have this window here that's operable and this window over here that's fixed. I can combine them.
So we could have language that says, or single units that combine fixed and operable or something. Oh, I guess.
Yeah, I think we could reference an NFRC terminology for a mold window. I can try and find a definition in NFRC for.
Well, it would be mold. That would be a mold window with an operable section. So
yes, yeah.
Or so operable or mold windows with fixed and operable portions.
And then there's probably a change we need to make on further down on the screen.
There's no O in the word mold. It's MU. There you go.
Okay, and then what was the correction? Yeah, of course, F needs to be, well, modified.
So we take away F and we add similar language in E as we just did in the table above. So operable, or whatever that phrase was, mold windows with fixed and operable sections.
I also had a section, Dwayne, or a question, Dwayne, on item D, where the tag had previously taken it down to a 0.23 and you had put it back to a 0.22.
Okay.
Want that to remain at 0.23 or should it be the 0.3?
Yes, it should be 0.3. Thank you. I must have had the old version up here.
Okay. There's a little bit more language to be added to the table. Mike and Patrick, you both have your hands up. I don't know if you still have words to say on this. Patrick, go ahead.
Thanks. On the vote, the numbers are really low. I think we do have the language cleaned up so that you could put together permit docs. But I'll say to the group that the numbers are very low. It is going to be a challenge for, I mean, Dwayne's made comments that yes, you can buy that, but that just may be from one manufacturer. No two profiles are the same. You can't patent a profile. And I'm on the fence of whether to vote for this or against it.
Okay.
Well, we're about to find out, because
yes,
I'd like to move that we approve this as modified on the screen.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion. All in favor? Oh, Lisa.
Oh, sorry, if you want to go ahead and do the vote, I was just going to say it would be helpful to get a representative from the general contractors to for verification on the product availability if that's a concern. But we could also vote too.
No, we're done now.
Okay, good, fair enough.
We're about to vote, but discussion can continue to happen. So Eric, if you have a word to say, go for it.
This is Eric, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And Lisa, I'm willing to help, but I am going to vote yay on this. I feel like just to give you, we've compromised, right? I feel like we've compromised on this one, and of course, we're not getting all, but I feel like the compromise is there at this point.
Great, thank you for that feedback.
Yeah.
All right. All in favor of this proposal, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, this passes. Great work, everybody. We got language, we got compromisers, and we have a good code language going forward.
Thank you all.
Next, we're on to DOAS tempering, and this is a Henry one. And Henry, I'm going to ask you before you get going here, is this something that we can take care of in 7 minutes, do you think? Or is this something that's going to take more time than that? It's a couple of exceptions. I'm asking for your input on that.
I think it might take longer than 7 minutes, if that's what you said.
Okay. I guess let's just get started on it.
Sure. So I started with the existing well, first of all, this is an updated proposal that was uploaded last night. So those who have the original might see something new on the screen here. I took the original C40373 language that is already in the code. And the big change is swapping this out from a cooling measure to a heating measure. Obviously in our state, we're a heating dominated climate. And so to have a tempering of DOAS air, modulated mainly on the building cooling load, doesn't really bring as much savings as it would be if it was a heating measure. And basically the idea of this is DOAS was introduced a few cycles ago as a way to separate ventilation systems from heating systems. And this is just another proposal to help solidify that, basically stating you cannot temper your supply ventilation air above 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Putting electric or gas or any sort of other system in that ventilation air to temper it up at a high level when the rest of your systems are operating on a space temperature kind of defeats the purpose, especially with this push towards heat pump space heating. We want to let those systems operate efficiently to condition the space instead of a ventilation air delivery temperature. So that's what the first part's about. Limit your warming the supply air to 55 and then below it. There's some other exceptions allowing for defrost control as well as cooling of the outside air for dehumidification. I understand that's important in systems with open air freezers and other kind of sensitive loads. So that's the approach of this proposal.
Thanks, Henry.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion? David?
Yeah, I think the one concern I have with this is that it limits one application I see for tempering DOAS air is in the context of higher performance buildings that don't have zone cooling, like multifamily and some potential office applications. And so I think that the cooling is permitted, but it says it's for dehumidification only, as opposed to kind of tempering, taking some of the load off or making the spaces a little bit more comfortable, especially in peak heating or cooling conditions. So I don't know if there's a way, I don't have specific language to suggest changing here, but I'm interested to hear from the tag if they're open to modifying this to allow that to happen.
And David, specifically, you're saying for multifamily, perhaps allowing a bit of cooling?
Yeah, well, and even office, I mean, I think there's a project at UW that does not have, is office, and it does not have zone cooling. It relies on motorized operable windows and ceiling fans and a DOAS, and the DOAS does have cooling.
Yep. And there's no exception for that. In other words, it couldn't, for this, if the proposal passed, it couldn't have that limited cooling.
I mean, you could, I guess, as an engineer, call it cooling for dehumidification purposes, but I think I would prefer it to be a little bit allow for the kind of just tempering in general on the cooling side. And then on the heating side, I'd suggest going as high as 50 or 60 degrees for the design tempering allowance. Again, just to take more load off spaces that might be using electric resistance heat during the peak heating conditions.
Okay.
David, could I just follow up with a question for you? Wouldn't that, given the quality of our envelopes, wouldn't delivering ventilating air at 60 basically provide all the heating for an apartment building now?
I mean, the models suggest that's possible. It all depends on the internal loads and when those internal loads happen. But yeah, I mean, I think it could be it's an optimization problem. But going as high as 60, I think is reasonable under, I don't know, ideally that's only happening when it's the peak outdoor air condition, not all the time. But for design purposes, 60 degrees seems reasonable. Especially if it's a heat pump. Now, and I don't know if the heat pump, space heating heat pump proposal required that this be done with a heat pump, that would be great.
Did you have any response to that?
Sorry, was that me, Joe?
Henry, yeah. Henry, did you have any response to? Yeah. David had a couple of suggestions.
Yeah. I see what Dave is after. I think in regards to heating or cooling an apartment, the amount of airflow is very small, and to be delivering 60-degree air, it's probably below the set point of the apartment, so you technically wouldn't be heating the apartment very well. As Dave mentioned, it'd be up to the internal loads. I guess my question back to Dave, which I might have just answered, but for offices, you need ERVs and the DOAS system anyway. And so even putting that and calling that your heating and cooling system, wouldn't that be against code?
I mean, it's not, I wouldn't call it the heating and cooling system. It's just intended, it's definitely not the primary heating system. And it may be the only mechanical cooling system for a zone, but it's still not comfort cooling. Again, it's just taking the edge off extreme conditions. It's not, getting you closer to an expanded comfort range criteria that may be adopted by the building owner.
Okay, the 10 o'clock hour has arrived, and we have a motion to approve this on, and we have a second for that. So what I'd love to happen is David and Henry, if you could at some point, maybe during the break, talk about this, see if you can come up with some language in common. But right now, what we need is a motion to table this until after the key issues discussion. And then we will revisit this. I would love to have that motion made.
I'll make a motion to table this until after the primary, or after the our next topic.
after the key discussion. Okay, we have a motion to table on the floor.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor of tabling, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, this has been tabled. And when we take it off the table, there is already a motion to approve that we'll have to consider. Okay, so with that, we are to our key topics. Welcome everybody who joined us just for the key topic. We have two today. We have heat pump water heating, which we heard a few weeks ago. And there was a group that Johnny convened based on tag members and others interested parties to revise it to be better. And do we also have a minority opinion on this? I don't know, but we will consider the heat pump water heating one. Then we have a second key topic. After we discuss this, we will go to C406, and there's some major changes proposed to C406, the options table, and we will consider 6 of those, and then go back to our regularly scheduled programming. David, you have your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So without further ado, let's go to Johnny to talk about any changes that were made to this and why they're important and that. So go ahead, Johnny.
Thank you so much, Chal. Hey, everybody. So since last we met, I've had a chance to talk to most of you a few times with the heat pump water heating proposal. As most folks probably remember who were here last time, the proposal was primarily referencing the NIA standard and kind of leaned a lot on that. That was after having some discussions with some folks who were working on the NIA standard, and it seemed like a good opportunity to be able to use that document as kind of the basis of the proposal, since there was so much research and good work put into it. So I worked with a lot of people and was able to put together a proposal just like primarily based off that standard that I submitted on Wednesday night. I also received some feedback on Tuesday from some folks that are on the call that there was some desire to potentially also have a proposal that did not rely as much on the NIA standard as like the framework from which the heat pump water heating would be required. So I worked with some folks yesterday to put together an alternative proposal that did not rely on the NIA standard, incorporating some of the work that was done on the previous proposal. So taking some of the feedback I'd received from the previous proposal and integrating it in. So we actually have 2 proposals to look at, one with the NIA standard as the primary focus and one without. So first, I'm wondering if it would be good for me to just kind of review both of those proposals, or should we just have like more of an open conversation around kind of which direction the tag thinks we should go on, whether we should be using the NIA standard as the kind of framework from which the heat pump water heating proposal should kind of go.
Johnny, does the substance of the proposal, is that highly dependent on the NIA standard, or is that just one piece of the proposal? I think it's important, and I guess just the context of this is the NIA standard is not yet out, and while the Building Code Council has approved things in the past where the standard is not completely out yet, there's some risk to doing so, and it's, you know, a lot of deliberation can happen on whether we approve something with a standard that's not quite, you know, finished. So is that the major difference? That's the major difference between
basically, yeah. The major difference between the 2 proposals is that one has a NIA standard and one was kind of based off the Seattle language, but try to implement a lot of the same exceptions that were drafted in the NIA standard.
So I guess what I'm asking is, so last week we had, for the space heating, we had passed the main proposal, and then we came back and looked at 5 sections. We haven't passed this or had a vote on it yet. So I guess we should probably consider the whole thing rather than in pieces. So I guess what you're suggesting is the first discussion point is the NIA standard or not the NIA standard. And then we go back to discussing the proposal in totality. And Dwayne has a thought on that. So go ahead, Dwayne.
Well, just to mention that when we discussed this a few weeks ago, the proposal had changed dramatically, just literally overnight from what had been posted. And so this additional proposal that's up now is very similar to that first one that had been posted right up until the day before the last meeting where we discussed this.
Okay, so the one on the right, are you saying that's very similar to what we discussed a few weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay, and the one on the left attempts to do the same thing without the NIA standard.
Yeah, and it's similar to what it was originally submitted, but before it was amended.
Okay. So I guess I'd like it if maybe the first thing we talk about is with or without the NIA standard, and then maybe we broaden the conversation after that so that we know which proposal we're talking about. Obviously, you can talk about whatever you want, but that seems like a logical way to proceed.
Just kind of open the floor, discuss.
Yep. Okay, Gary. Or Gary.
Yeah, maybe a point of order here, Jill. There is a minority amendment proposal. How do you intend to deal with that in this process?
Yeah. So I guess, and I mentioned that earlier. And I did look, and yeah, we have that on the website. So it would seem one way to do it would be to consider what's on the screen now and then consider the minority proposal. Another would be to consider both of them together before you vote on any of them. The minority proposal actually did not make it onto the agenda, but I think we should consider it at the same time that we consider this. So we would need to suspend rules in order to put that on the agenda right after this. Is that what you'd like to do, Gary?
I believe so, one way or the other. Deal with it. I'm not quite sure about your comment of not making it onto the agenda. I mean, the discussion all along has been that there would be a minority proposal, and
yes,
and we have been working with the proponent on this. So my assumption is that it would be considered, but if you want to step through all of these and vote on it and then visit our proposal, I think that's fine.
Yeah,
that makes sense. And I guess the minority is part of the 136 proposal. So I guess it is on the agenda. Okay, it's on the agenda. I stand corrected on that. So let's talk about the NIA standard or not the NIA standard.
Can I ask a question first? This is Michael Curry. What was the section what proposal did we look at, an hour ago?
It was titled 136, just like this, the heat pump water heating one. That was a few weeks ago. And a stakeholder group has revised it. And I guess,
is it not
your question?
Pardon me?
Is it not the same sections?
Yes. This is the same section we were discussing on the proposal I was making on water heat. This would replace it.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
And Michael, I think I'd seen a message from you a couple of weeks ago urging us to move away from this proposal that depended on the NIA advanced water heating spec and instead was more akin to the Seattle language. And that's this alternative document up here that is much more similar to the Seattle language.
That was the motivation to actually draft the secondary, Michael, correct?
Yes, and however, this document is considerably different from what we voted up earlier. in the day. The other document, as I understood it, allowed for fossil fuel, and this does not.
That's correct. Both of them do not allow fossil fuel.
The other document was essentially a clarification and of the water heat section, mostly adopting the current standards as opposed to outdated standards, and then adjusting these two sections for that. They were not making substantive changes to these sections for the most part.
Did it not allow 92% efficient gas water heaters?
Right.
Okay, so it allowed for fossil fuel, whereas this one in 40421 says shall not use fossil fuel. So are they not opposed to each other?
So Michael, just the prior one we voted on was a clarification within existing language.
Yes, I
allowed
understand.
certain things. And then this one is a wide-ranging, large energy saving proposal that revamps several sections and requires heat pump, to paraphrase, it requires heat pump water heating for lots of things, and changes the language we voted on earlier in the day.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so let's talk about NIA versus not NIA. So raise your hands and I will call on you. Yeah, raise your hands and I'll call on you. And if everybody starts feeling that we have consensus around NIA or not NIA, let's vote on that. It's also possible for the tag to pass two options to the Building Code Council that includes NIA and not NIA. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. So Eric Vandermeer.
Well, assuming everybody hasn't reviewed this, I think it would be good for Johnny to walk through the not NIA proposal and describe the differences so that folks can get up to speed and understand the language before we kind of get into a deep discussion on it.
That sounds good. Johnny, do you want to talk about the NIA briefly and then the not NIA and what that would mean?
Sure. I'm not going to talk about the one with NIA too much because I feel like most of the interested parties that have had a lot of interest in what that language was have been involved in the process of drafting the one with NIA. I think I've probably spoke to like 15, 20 people who had the opportunity to help draft that language and to post it online for 2 days. I can go over the version that was worked on yesterday in response to Michael Curtwright's comment on Tuesday.
Sounds good.
So that would be, yes, the one on the left. So yeah, we're basically taking the language that was included for the city of Seattle's heat pump water heating code and adopting it to be statewide while allowing some of the exceptions that we had kind of workshopped through the heat pump water heating proposal that included the NIA standard, such as the exceptions for 24 kilowatts plus 0.1 watts per square foot of standalone electric resistance. That's kind of a big exemption that would allow smaller buildings to use electric resistance for small water heaters, and for very large buildings that may have like a centralized heat pump water heating system, but may have some standalone rooms that are pretty far away from where that surface hot water loop might be. There's an allowance to have like some standalone electric resistance so that we're not burdening those projects. Similar to the version with the NIA standard, we're also allowing some exceptions for some solar thermal waste heat recovery, ground source heat pump, et cetera, as long as it follows the uniform plumbing code. We're allowing there to be an exception rather than making this the mandatory requirement. We're allowing there to be an exception that if a surface hot water, like heat pump water heating system were to follow the NIA standard, then it would comply. You wouldn't have to follow any of the other requirements. And then, yeah, solar or hot water district energy systems that utilize fossil fuels as their primary heat. So basically, if you are installing, you're at a campus and there is a district energy system that's already there, that's a prior, that was in existence prior to when this code was effective, then you can like build a building, install your building, and attach the district system, and it's not going to require that district system to then have to be electrified, or require the boilers to become all electric boilers. But we are trying to like basically make it all electric ready. So we're suggesting that the hydronic equipment that's installed on either the secondary or tertiary side, basically the building side of that campus loop, would be sized to have a supply water temperature of 120 degrees or less. I used to work at an airport that did this. We built every new terminal sized for 120 degree supply water temperature in order to basically prepare the future terminals to be all electric ready. So this isn't infeasible. Can we go to the next page? Similar to the one with the NEA standard, you know, commercial dishwashers, commercial food equipment are permitted to utilize electric heater boosters for supply water temperatures of 120 degrees. That could probably be higher than 120, but we chose 120 just to be easy on people. Yeah, and I think the rest is pretty similar to what was in the Seattle code for those that are familiar. I think we just made some modest changes, allowing the heat pump sizing to be based off of wet bulb temperature instead of dry bulb temperature.
Johnny, can anyone can you speak to when the NEA standard is expected to be out?
The draft for it is already out and it's supposed to be finalized by January 1st, 2022.
So the Building Code Council will not vote this forward until March of 2022. So the standard is expected to be out before the final vote on the code, but after the public comment period for this code. I just wanted to point that out for everybody.
That's correct.
Okay. Is that your explanation, Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, that's the primary difference between, you know, I just went through like the main differences in the proposal, but yeah, the primary difference is one references a NEA standard that's still in draft form. That's not expected to change. The other one doesn't.
Okay. All right. We'll just open up the floor. So Lisa.
Hi, thank you. First of all, big thanks to everyone who was in the continued development of this proposal. There was a lot of really good discussion that went into this. The only thing I was going to chime in about, I am in support of the not NEA proposal, with the clarification that the NEA standard is still listed as an alternative. Kind of like the luminaire level lighting controls is an alternative to the lighting control section, that's the way this is now set up, where you've got the list of criteria, or someone could choose to comply fully with the NEA specification. So I just wanted to toss in that clarification. And then just the other reasoning for why we'd like this direction at this juncture is that specification has a lot of additional information in there. It's great for users. It's just the information needs to be kind of consolidated in there, so it would be easy for a jurisdiction to identify what details they are checking for enforcement. So this provides just a way that we can get moving in that direction, so folks can use it now if they would like. or they can follow the criteria as stated in the code. So we're in support of this approach for this code cycle. Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa. Emma is next.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused about how retrofit is handled in the non-NIA proposal. That feels like a significant difference from the with NIA proposal.
Johnny, could you address that?
Yeah, can we scroll down to both? But I think the one on the left is probably more important. Standard. To your building.
We're losing you, Johnny, or maybe my internet's bad.
No, it's mine. Sorry.
You can start over.
Yeah. So if you're following the service hop, if you're doing an alteration, then you're going to be allowed an allowance where you're basically going to be able to replace like for like single electric resistance or fossil fuel with the same or higher efficiencies permitted with when the existing appliance is failing. So basically, you know, if you have a situation where you need to do an emergency work in order to replace it, there's not a requirement to make it a heat pump water heater. And then also hot water systems aren't required to comply if it's shown that there's limitations on the existing structure or electrical service capacity. So if you just simply can't alter your building easily to switch to heat pump water heater, then either you don't have enough capacity or switchgear, or you don't have enough space in your mechanical rooms, or the footprint of where your current gas heater systems doesn't work with replacing it for electric heat pump water heating systems, then we're giving an exemption.
Emma, did that answer your question?
Can you speak to how retrofit is handled in the with NIA proposal?
It's a good question. I think the direction I had taken at that point was I took what was existing in sections in the C404 section for high rated surface water heating systems. And I basically allowed for, if it's a large system, that they could install fossil fuel. And I didn't really give specific direction to what to do in a situation where there was like a smaller system.
Okay, yeah, I think that's one of my concerns for the kind of in unit or tenant space, small consumer water heaters. It feels like the without NIA is kind of now requiring electric heat pump water heaters for those spaces, unless it's a replace on burnout.
And that is the main concern with that being that, like, what would the concern be? If there's an exemption for those folks, if there's not enough space in their mechanical room, or if there's not enough electrical capacity, like what would be the concern?
It's definitely a premium right now to install a heat pump water heater. It's probably a $2,000 incremental cost difference, and that may not be tenable for the tenant space.
Thanks, Emma. Dwayne is up next.
Thanks. Just a couple of notes. One is that the Seattle code is in the very slow Seattle style process of being amended to expand to include non-residential, and as part of that change, there were a number of clarifications and refinements to the Seattle code language that are being proposed. So those were, since those all seem to be good ideas, mostly coming from our engineers in Seattle, those are now part of that, the non-NIA side of it. We do have, as you can see at the bottom of the screen right there, we do reference that NIA standard as an acceptable alternative to the so that if you want to just comply with the whole NIA advanced water heating spec for central water heating systems, more power to you. You can do that. It seemed a little bit rushed to try to get to move the mandatory code entirely over to reference that standard that we're all still so unfamiliar with. And I just point out that last exception that Johnny put in there is very broad ranging, and it basically it includes all the what ifs that people have raised. What if there's not enough space? What if there's not enough, capacity on the electric service? What if we don't have an outdoor air supply? Those kind of things that are real concerns were just all answered there. So I'm guessing that any project that is running into those constraints has an easy out.
Thanks, Dwayne. And I guess to Lisa's question earlier, so the proposal on the left does include the option to use the NIA standard to comply with the whole thing if that standard is out, etc.
Right.
Okay, great. That clarifies things. So next I have on my list, Kevin.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, is the language on the left intended to capture the language within the NIA standard, or is it merely essentially an adoption of the Seattle code with?
It's more an adoption of the Seattle code with revisions.
Yeah.
So it seems like these are dramatically different proposals from each other. I mean, there's language on the right that is contradictory to language on the left. I don't think these can be reconciled as one proposal. To say this is essentially two separate proposals and should be treated as such.
I think Johnny is asking us to choose between the two.
Basically.
And I think it was suggested that the tag can move both to the council for consideration.
Something like that has happened before. That the tag can do lots and lots of things, and that's one of the things that tag could do.
I mean, the proposal on the left was submitted after 10 p.m. last night. I was not involved. I was involved in the version on the right. I was not involved in the version on the left because it was happening at night, essentially. So this is all new to me. I imagine that's true for our members of the tag as well, other members of the tag as well. But this is a lot to digest. This is a very different proposal than what we've already discussed on the right.
Yeah, and apologies that I came in so late, but I was responding to comments that I heard specifically on, kind of the 11th hour, that there was real concerns referencing the NIA standard.
Oh, certainly, and obviously both have merits. It's just these are dramatically different.
Yep. Okay, Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, just a comment, or a question, I guess, on the language that's on the screen related to alterations. I mean, this language would seem to say that you'd have to change all the whole building's equipment would have to reach these targets, this average capacity weighted average efficiency. Was the intent to make that happen, or was this to limit the new equipment to those thresholds?
It's a good question.
I mean, I guess I would say it should be the new water heating equipment.
Yeah, it was more on the new.
So then
I would say that the language on the left with the non-NIA standard is probably the better alteration language. I received more help from folks who are code officials and folks who are like specifically kind of work on code on a daily basis when drafting C503.5 on the left. When I did C503.5, I was a little bit more working by myself. So personally, I think the direction is like without the NIA standard seems to be the one that kind of had overall in all the conversations I've had with folks seems to be the one that has a little bit more buy-in. So I'd be more interested in kind of like moving forward with like discussing with that, but I'm still interested in hearing.
Could you repeat that, Johnny?
Sure. Yeah, I think the version on the left, the one that does not use the NIA standard, seems to be the one that received less concern on enforceability and just overall, citing the NIA standard when it's still in this draft form. So.
Okay, I guess I'll just express concerns as this came in last night, and when we put it on the agenda on Tuesday, I guess I thought we'd have it posted by Wednesday evening, so that it could be reviewed thoroughly by people. Just echoing Kevin's question about that. Eric Vandermeer?
I guess my recommendation at this point would be to get direction from the tag on which one of these two we want to move forward with, and then table it again and send it back to the committee to optimize before it's actually voted on. So we're only looking at one document for the next meeting. I think either of these probably need a little bit further work. I know I have a number of editorial comments on the one on the left now, because I was more working on the one on the right. So that would be my recommendation for the tag, if we can focus on the discussion of which one of these two to pursue and then table again. So.
Okay. Ben, you have.
And I have a number of editorial comments for the one on the left, if that's the one we're gonna move forward with, but okay.
Okay, and Ben.
Yeah, this is a clarification question. You were talking about if you're on a central plant, sizing for 120 degree incoming, so you're ready for future upgrades, and allowing central plants to have, whatever existing plant fuel source they've got. Where is that, or was that in the standard but isn't referenced here? I'm confused on how that ties in.
Can we scroll up a little?
I guess Ben, I'd like to keep this relevant to the specific discussion of a NIA or not NIA, and I guess does this have a bearing on that question?
Well, it does, because you've passed some things that would not necessarily allow you to do that tie into central plant necessarily.
Okay.
And if you say, great, but NIA does allow that actually matters. So I'm trying to wrap my head around where in here that is.
So are you recommending that to be in either of these? Should that exception should be in either of these proposals?
I mean, maybe there's a bigger discussion there about if you're a campus with a large central plant, being allowed to tie into it, but with the big caveat, you got to put in an extra large heat exchanger so it's ready for future upgrade. There's a real discussion there that hasn't really happened. But more specifically, I'm just trying to read the language here to see what it says so that I can know if you're going counter to what was discussed last week.
I don't think that the one with the NIA standard really talked about this like specific situation. This is something that was kind of brought up on Wednesday.
Okay, got it. Thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
So if what Eric Vandermeer said is what everybody feels, then we could Entertain a motion to do that. We can also do further discussion. Nick.
Yes, and thank you again. This is Nick Harbeck with the Air Conditioning Heating Refrigeration Institute. Once again, would like to echo some of the earlier comments about appreciating the need for maybe a little bit more time to review some of these amendments and proposals. HRI currently does not have a position on which direction would be preferable, but I know just for everyone's information, we would be very happy to convene a group of our members to come up with some feedback and maybe some input on a direction that may be more acceptable to industry that's able to comport with some of the existing requirements and also still achieve Washington's goals. But thank you again for reviewing both of these.
Thanks, Nick. Lisa?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to chime in and say that the proponents submitted their original proposal, and then after receiving feedback from the TAG, he applied a very appropriate level of due diligence to reach out to all the interested parties, and really did a good job of trying to incorporate details into the proposal that would address the concerns of those interested parties, and that proposal on the left does reflect this effort. And so I would be in favor of voting to move forward with the proposal on the left and tabling it to allow all the members of the TAG who were not a part of that development process to view the new proposal and weigh in with any additional comments that they have for the proponent. Thanks.
Okay, Lisa, is that a motion? It almost sounded like a motion, but it wasn't quite a motion.
Sure. I would like to make a motion that we move forward with the proposal on the left, and then table that proposal to give the proponent an opportunity to receive feedback from the TAG members who have not yet had an opportunity, had enough time to review this proposal.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion, Gary, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I did, but it was more in commenting that, saying, asking how much more time we're going to spend on this because it seems to be kind of a mess. So I will not make further comments at this time.
Okay. Could everyone with your hand up that has nothing to say or that doesn't have another comment, take your hand down. Irina.
Sorry, I stepped out for a few minutes at the very beginning of this, and so I may have missed some of the discussion, but can someone just summarize the concerns with the proposal, with this proposal that we're looking at that have been raised?
The proposal, so we had two proposals in front of us. So there was a proposal on the left, which did not include a NIA standard, but had other language. And the proposal on the right included a NIA standard. The NIA standard is not yet out and would come out not too long before the Building Code Council votes on it. In other words, January of next year is the target date. So the concern is adopting a standard that is not yet out. That was the main concern.
Okay, so just a timing issue, that's the concern. Thank you.
That's my understanding of it.
It does seem like there's a few technical details that some want to work out. Like I think Eric Vander made a number of comments.
Yeah, I think that's the main concern with the NIA standard being adopted, but there's certainly differences in functionality between the proposal on the left and the proposal on the right. We now have a motion on the table, motion on the floor to move forward with the one on the left and not the right, and then table it to give the proponent time to revise it. Michael Cartwright.
We're talking about differences. It's significantly different when you lay 5035 and side by side. 5035 now is essentially a paragraph with two exceptions, and what we have on the right is over almost a page and a half addressing existing R1 and R2, and then separately other than R1 and R2. So it's not just a NIA thing. It's vastly different what came out last night.
thanks, Michael. And yeah, I was answering a specific question about the NIA question, but there are other vast differences between the two proposals.
And yeah, I'm looking forward to working with you, Michael, on this proposal on the left, the one without NIA standard. I know that you had a primary concern with using the one with the NIA standard. So look forward to drafting this.
Gary, do you have a comment?
Yeah, and I think it's more of a point of order, Chell. I don't know that we can vote to like approve or move this forward the same time we're voting to table it. I think we need two separate votes there, or two separate motions.
Okay. And I guess, yeah, to move forward something, we're not saying, yeah, I guess I interpret it as not saying this is now adopted code language. I interpret it as we're going to scuttle the one on the right, and yeah, what does move forward mean? I guess, Lisa, what did you intend with your motion?
Okay, sure. So I understand that the process here. So I would like to make a motion to accept the proponent's revised proposal on the left as a document that addresses concerns that were brought to the proponent's attention by TAG members and other industry experts, and that we would move forward with the proposal on the left as the new proposal.
It may be easier to dismiss the proposal on the right and table the proposal on the left.
I agree.
That sounds better. Lisa, do you want to withdraw your motion and then make a new motion to withdraw or to disapprove the one on the right, and then we could later then have a motion to table the one on the left?
As a proponent, could I just remove the one on the right?
Yeah, you could just withdraw it too, yeah.
I withdraw it.
Okay.
Bada bing.
136 on the right has been withdrawn. Lisa, do you want to amend your motion or withdraw it and then make a new motion?
Well, I think if the proposal on the right has been withdrawn, and this proposal here is now the only proposal that is being evaluated, then I would recommend that we table, because if I'm understanding this correctly, this is the proposal that we are working with now, and I'd like to make a motion to table this proposal, provide the proponent opportunity to coordinate with the TAG members who have further comments that they would like to provide the proponent for potential changes.
Okay, and I guess would that also table the minority proposal as well?
Would that be a separate motion?
Seems like the minority proposal needs to restructure around this one to make sure they have clear code language that would work with this proposal. So I would agree that needs to be tabled at the same time.
Okay, Lisa, do you want to amend your motion to table both this and the minority?
Sure. So I would like to make a motion to table both this edition of the proposal and the minority report to allow for time for the proponent to address additional TAG and industry experts.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have, do we have a second?
Second.
Amy.
Do we have a second? Is there further discussion? Michael, you have your hand up, Michael Cartwright. Okay, I don't see any hands up, so that means let's do a vote on this. I'm going to risk a voice vote, and then we'll see what happens with that. All in favor of tabling this and the minority one, as stated by Lisa, to a future tag to give the proponent time to revise it, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Motion passes. This is tabled now. Michael, you have a comment?
Just a quick procedural question. So C404 406 on efficiencies, and C500, 503. Those are all very diverse in their subjects. One's new, one's efficiencies, the other one's existing facilities. Do we have to consider this as a whole, voting it up or down when we come to that point? Or can we vote up or down 404, up or down 406, and 503 separately?
We can do that. Tag members can make motions to do almost anything, and one would be to approve part of a proposal, is my understanding. So that's very possible.
Shell, could I put in there?
Please.
The tradition we follow is that someone would make a motion to approve the whole thing, and then during discussion there would be other motions to modify or eliminate certain parts of that we would vote on separately before we voted on the main thing. So it contains it all in one package.
Okay, so you're saying if we voted on part of it, we couldn't do that or shouldn't do that?
Well, typically we vote on the whole proposal as however we've modified it, and then in discussion, people can bring up motions to modify that main proposal.
Yeah. And as we've done in the past, even this code cycle, you can make a motion to pass the whole thing with the idea that certain portions will go back to the proponent for revisions. Irina.
I think this maybe is what Dwayne was saying. I'm not certain, but I really liked how we handled the heat pump proposals, where we went through, issue by issue after approving the whole thing, with future modifications in discussion.
Yep, and that's because we had passed the entire thing with the notion that, or with the motion that we reconsider a few of the pieces of it and stakeholder groups to be convened about those. So that was what happened that time. Was main motion passed the entire thing with a caveat that certain pieces would be revisited and voted on later, and that's what happened. And I think it was successful in terms of getting through the document, a very complicated proposal. Okay, we have tabled the without NIA 1 and withdrawn the with NIA 1. That means we are on to C406.
All right, just one thing. I'll email the group the 25-person email chain that's working on the heat pump water heating, likely with a wind to meet to schedule a couple of times for us to discuss. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, that sounds good. And please, Johnny, be careful to not email a quorum of the tag. And just in that interest,
right now, if I'm not mistaken. So
it's not a quorum right now.
The last I checked, it was at 8, which I think 11 is the number, but I can go back and count.
Okay, just let's be very careful. So, yeah.
In that regard, I have a question.
Sure, Kevin.
Since I'm now an alternate to Gary on the tag, would my participation count towards that quorum? It didn't until this date.
Krista.
Well, with the addition of Michael Curtright as well, our quorum did go up to 12.
If a primary and an alternate are both part of a meeting, does that count as 2 tag members or 1?
I believe it would only count as 1.
I would think it's 1.
Yeah, because it's 1 vote on the whole thing. But I think we should look that up and get back to this group about that whole thing. Gary.
If it would help, because I think I'm on Johnny's list for the water heating. I don't think I was on the space heating. Maybe I'm wrong there, but to remove my name, but keep Kevin on there if that helps with the quorum issue.
Okay, we'll check. My guess is both of you count as one vote, so total. So it probably wouldn't violate that. But we'll definitely check because it's a long email list and lots of emails will go back and forth in meetings. Okay, so we are to C406. And so C406 is the options table. It contains above code or things that are beyond the rest of the code. So the hope is that we would, C406 kind of needs to be the last thing we consider because any other code change might change the C406 table. Right now it's based on a number of points, and that number of points will have a large effect on the overall efficiency of the code. And there's also a proposal to change the number of points without changing the overall stringency of the code. So that will be one we consider as well. It's really, really going to be complicated to discuss this. And we have 20 or so proposals on C406. So I think the first 6 that we're going to consider in the next hour or so, hour and a half, maybe I'm being optimistic, are the most substantive ones. So ideally we can figure out a direction based on those 6 to go, and then convene lots of people outside of the tag to mash those up so that we have we don't have to spend 16 hours in this group talking about all the nuances of the code, but have others kind of outside of this process kind of work on those. It's complicated. All right, so without further ado, let's get into Reed's C406 proposal.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So basically, I think I posted yesterday a revision, and it's outlined at the beginning which items are in there. Looks like it's in gray on your version. I've got it in red on mine, but I believe, I haven't been following all the tag meetings, but I believe the carbon credits got adjusted to the 0.44 pounds per kilowatt hour, and we originally based this on 0.4. So that resulted in some adjustments to the actual credits available for different measures. Then since we submitted the original, we did a major analysis for the Department of Energy on these credits in general to provide some national feedback. And in the course of that, we discovered that we needed some corrections in our piping heat loss related to service water heating. So some of those credits went down a fair amount once we got squared away with that. So those adjustments are in there. I also looked at multifamily, and I know this heat pump proposal is out there, and we've got a credit that's very parallel to that. So what I did is I adjusted the requirements down so that multifamily could meet the required credits without needing to do the heat pump water heating, which is a pretty significant number of credits, and without doing renewable energy, which can be an issue with a high-rise building. So those credits came down to be more reasonable, if you will, and more in line with the other building types. And then we also met with some lighting designers from Seattle City Light, I believe, and worked on some changes in the enhanced lighting control language section. And those are in there with kind of an informal note that the actual requirement description might move into the lighting section. I'm agnostic as to where that sits. We would still have an energy credit that references those. So looking for feedback on whether we should put that in, 405 or not, 405.2. And I added a measure that was a separate proposal, 217. We had analysis on that. And so I just brought that in. We'd already analyzed it. It's basically right sizing, primarily for multifamily. You could also apply it to hotels. I haven't dug into the details in the Washington plumbing code as amended, but typically that would require a variance. But again, this is an optional credit to do it in a hotel. The appendix that allows you to reduce the pipe sizing on surface water heating is already in place in the UPC as adopted in Washington. So those are the changes since this was originally submitted back at the beginning of June. And I guess I'm open to questions unless you want me to do a nickel tour through this whole thing. So
Hey Reed, since this is, I think the tour would be good, and I think especially the radical rethinking of the number of credits and the way the credits are apportioned.
Good, yeah.
That'd be worth spending time on, as well
Okay.
as any you said there's like 6 new pieces, and just I think a 30-second walk through each of those 6 new pieces, as well as the rethinking of the credits.
Okay, so let's roll down just a little bit more to the credit requirements. And so basically the idea here is rather than just a flat 6 points, first of all, we've changed the points. These points are basically equivalent to 1 point is 0.1% of carbon reduction, you know, in a building based on a percentage of total building use for a typical prototype. So, you know, 51 represents a 5.1% reduction in carbon energy. We just tried to keep these with whole numbers, but allow enough detail so that we can align the credits based on relative emission reductions. And so that is a change, and we have different targets for different building types. We also have basically a 50% requirement. I believe that was in the language before, but now we've just included it in the table for building additions, because typically you can't do everything in an addition. You can do maybe about half of it. That's somewhat arbitrary, but I believe quite doable. And then we've also added some new credits that are a separate table at the end, which are load management credits. And we looked at basically the 2 credits in there that were cost effective. You know, they're way down at the end, and maybe I'll hold off talking about them till we get there, so don't scroll way down. So you might roll back up to the credit table. You know, the language on tenant spaces and all that bit is still pretty much as it was. So if we look at the credits available table, this is for the energy efficiency credits. And again, we've adjusted what those credits look like. So they're multiplied by a factor of, I don't know, they're based on new analysis. So we didn't really base it on the prior credit, but actually reflecting back on the requirements, what we did is made this a neutral proposal. So we looked at the credits you had before, looked at a blend of credits that were available under the old schema, applied, kind of translated those to the new credits that would be available here, saw how many credits a building would need to get to make that 6 points, or 6 points in the old schema, and then came up, you know, that's again earlier in the requirement, that's where the requirements came from. So so again, it's a neutral thing, so we aren't diving into cost effectiveness here. Again, there may be, I know there's a proposal coming down the road to you know, up the credits from 6 to 9. Well, that would just be multiplying those required credits by 1.5 in this schema. You could still apply that proposal if that made sense to the tag. So you can see that there's a variation here for what's available by building type and by individual measure. These are based on where we're at now. Now, some of these things could change, and some of them may not need to change. For instance, you know, we've based all those HVAC credits on that TSPR program and the baseline systems that are assumed in that. The lighting credits are based on a percentage. So sure, you might reduce the lighting LPD or lighting power allowances in a separate measure. That would reduce the total building use. The percentage may not be exactly identical, but a 10% lighting reduction from those would probably reflect pretty close to the same units. So we felt using a percentage approach here is pretty saves us from a whole chicken and egg cycle, if you will, of trying to, revise this at the 11th hour once we know exactly everything that's going to go in there. That being said, we can certainly anticipate revising this. For instance, if that heat pump water heating goes through, number 15 would change. There was a proposal in that to eliminate the current heat pump water heating and replace it with a high efficiency, low global warm house gas refrigerant measure. And so that could come in here as well. We've added several credits, especially in the service water heating area. A heat trace system uses less energy than a recirculation system. You just get rid of the recirculation pipe, right? And if we're on a carbon basis with the current factors, it's pretty much a wash between gas and electric heat for that measure. There's also some idea for point of use water heating in schools and offices where you might be better off, instead of putting a central system in, putting small water heaters around a large office building that just serve a little group of 6 restrooms, on 3 floors, rather than piping water throughout the building. Same with schools. Sure, you might want a central water heater if you've got showers and locker rooms or a kitchen and try and get those close together. However, you've got scattered restrooms, especially in a more suburban layout where you've got a school that's spread out geographically. So point of use water heaters get rid of a lot of the piping heat loss you would get from having a central system and needing to maintain the temperature to prevent Legionella in that pipework throughout the building. Thermostatic balancing valves, those do provide some savings. And I believe there was a separate measure down the list that addressed that as well. So this would cover that measure that's in one of the additional, requirements down the list. The enhanced envelope performance and air infiltration, those are basically quite similar to the existing ones, just bringing that forward and putting those credits in relationship to the building energy use. Let's see. And then I believe there was enhanced commercial equipment, kitchen equipment there before. We've added that in. Now I noticed there was another proposal, and I probably shouldn't even get into that, but the idea here is, okay, we're providing that wherever you've got a commercial kitchen with an A2 occupancy. And again, you can apply this to any building because typically that part of the building will be a separate occupancy requirement, for fire code and that sort of thing. And you just prorate the kitchen portion in with the rest of the building. There's language up front, has always been there, that allows you to look at different occupancies in a total building and basically weight the credit you get from each one of those occupancies into a total overall credit, average credit for the building based on square footage. So
hey, Reed, just in the interest of time, can you jump to the load management? Because that's another kind of big piece.
Sure.
Of this.
Well, I just want to say there's 2 additional items: the enhanced residential kitchen equipment that would apply if you were building an apartment building that had the range, refrigerator and dishwasher included. If you use Energy Star equipment there, you would get credits. Or actually more likely in a hotel that has a suite type arrangement where that equipment is installed as part of the construction, you would get credit there. And then we also have an efficient elevator equipment, which is a new measure. But yeah, let's go on down to, I think it's 406.3. These are a new category of measures, and maybe go to the table so we don't have to look at all the individual language. I think it's on page 17. If your pagination is similar to mine, there we go. Go back to that table. Back up.
Up a couple pages.
Not down.
There
we go. All right. So these are 7 measures Some of them, actually, most of these measures do save some energy, but these measures are basically more about load management as the grid progresses and as we have times of day when we get benefits from managing the load in the building. These credits are based on a time of use pricing schedule that ASHRAE 90.1 adopted for looking at measures like this. And they haven't had measures like that in 90.1 before. They've got a similar proposal to this energy credits that is going to be going out for public review soon. So the basic idea is, we analyze this based on this typical time of use that has peak energy in the summer in the afternoon, but we don't know what time of day. Maybe that peak energy is an issue at sunset if we've got so much PV on the grid and it's coming offline as we get, late in the afternoon towards sunset. So you can always adjust the timing of your time of use energy related to that. So the nice thing about this is it is in the optional credits. The first two, the lighting and HVAC load management, if you have a central DDC system, these are relatively inexpensive to put in. For the lighting, obviously you need some dimming system, but that's getting more and more popular with LED lighting to go in place. And I think we just looked at whichever was the lower credits for those two measures. And so you would have to do one of those two measures to qualify.
Okay, Reed, you've had some good say. I think there's a lot to be discussed here.
Okay.
I think at this tag meeting, I don't think we're going to, my guess is we're not going to vote yea or nay on the whole proposal or all of the C406 proposals. So I want to keep to the high level, big picture ideas. And the load management table is one of those big picture ideas.
Right.
So do you have, I guess this is a new idea. Is this coming from another standard, or is this new for Washington?
It's very similar to what will be going out for public review for 90.1. Okay. And some analysis we've done. It's just, the idea is to prepare buildings for the future. It's much less expensive to put these controls in place in new construction than it is to come back and try and retrofit them in later. So, even if you didn't use them immediately, having them in place once we do get to needing grid management is helpful.
Okay, thanks, Reed. I'm really struggling with how to approach this big picture thing. And the way I can think about it is, what we did in the residential tag last time was we agreed on a value for each R406 credit. And I think that would be a great thing for us to do, is to agree on the 0.1% carbon reduction for each credit. If we agreed on that, then that would save a lot of time arguing about the value of anything in the code. I think that would be good to do. And then I think there's and that would basically take care of the table if we went neutral on energy efficiency with the table, for what you said, Reed. Then we could, table the language or discuss, and then possibly table the language for the additional efficiency credits. And then we could discuss the load management concept and credits as well. And that seems like a way of approaching it, where we're breaking it up into pieces. A thumbs up, a thumbs down. Does that seem like a good approach to the tag? I'm happy to repeat if that's, I see a few thumbs up. I see no thumbs down. So I'm going to take comment, but what I'd really like to do is talk about the 0.1% and if that's a good rational basis for the credits. Nicholas.
Thank you. Just to introduce myself, my name is Nicholas Garcia. I'm the policy director for the Washington Public Utility District Association, and I have spent many years working for various utilities. With regard to the 0.1%, I guess the only thing I would say there is that every utility has a different resource profile with a different carbon content associated with the electricity they deliver to customers, and they can be very different across the state. And so it's a challenge for me because I can think of some utilities who will definitely be higher than that, and others who will definitely be lower. And developing a regional target or a statewide target is inherently inaccurate. And you remember.
Nicholas, just to, so the TAG voted several weeks ago to use 0.44 pounds per kilowatt hour for the statewide target, which is of course, imperfect, but that's what we voted on, and I think that's what the table is based on, and what the 0.1% is based on. So does that answer your question, or?
Well, I can't do anything, or I have no comment about what the TAG previously did. I will say that in the Clean Energy Transformation Act, the state legislature adopted a similar number for unspecified electricity. But much of the electricity we know comes from dams and from wind and from solar and other resources. That would be specified, and that would not have an energy content. So again, just assuming broad base that there is a 0.44 pounds per kilowatt hour amount of carbon is both a big overstatement and wrong. And it's just something to keep in mind.
You're trailing off, but the TAG did vote, I think 14-1 in favor, or something like that. Some large number to a small number in favor of the 0.44. So that's what we're going to use for this code, and we can rediscuss that if we want. But I think for the purposes of this code, I think we're going to use the 0.44, regardless of the fact that it's imperfect. Patrick.
Oh, Mr. Hart, this is very comprehensive and very interesting, and that was, you did a good job explaining what you got going on here. I'm curious as to who you represent, because you guys got an awful lot of energy put into this.
Yeah, so I work for Pacific Northwest National Labs. We've been requested by NEA to provide some support here for this measure. We're also involved in the national codes, and this would, somewhat align with the 90.1 and ICC efforts. We, working with the Department of Energy, made the proposal to add the energy credits to the ICC or modify them in this format where they get points. And I think Washington kind of led the way before that in developing a point-based approach rather than just pick one from a list of 8 measures.
Okay, that answers my question on why it's so comprehensive. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. I have Gary up next.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, and Reed, you guys do stellar work. You always have, and I appreciate that. I think though, could you scroll up to the points again? The points in the existing Washington State Energy Code C406 table range from 1 to 8. Now we're going to have a table that ranges from 1, what's the highest one there? 261. And I'm just having a hard time figuring out how something can be 261 times better than something else on this list. And I believe it's because this is now based upon an emissions factor of 0.44. I was the one that voted against the 0.44 because I don't think it's the right number to have in the code. Question whether we should have any type of emissions in the code, but that being said, what would these numbers look like with the current emissions in the Western grid today, which are about 1.5? So this new methodology introduces so many questions in my mind and such a wide variability. It just brings into question the usefulness of this at all. And I'm not in favor of basing these on emissions at all. And we ought to go back to the way it was done previously. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Michael Cartwright. And Michael, you're on mute. Michael Cartwright, your hand's up, but you're on mute. We'll go with David Reddy.
Thank you. Thanks for this proposal. It is super comprehensive. I had one comment on the dwelling unit HVAC control C406 option. If you could scroll down to C406.2.1. Yeah, this one.
I guess,
So-
David, I was, I guess, hoping that we could agree or whatever on the methodology for the points before we move into the specific language.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I guess the question on that then would be, so is there a way that we can relate these to the current credit numbers? I'm sorry if that was already asked or requested, but is there a way that can be done? Or can they be renormalized such that they could be comparable?
I could pull together a table that would show you, you know, the comparison, like if we updated the current credit numbers. Frankly, some of these current credit numbers don't provide an actual alignment based on building, you know, impact on emissions. I believe these were based on cost or maybe just on consensus in the last cycle. We weren't deeply involved in that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can you remember from the last cycle what the points in the table were based on?
My understanding was there roughly each credit was worth roughly 1% energy savings. That sound right to others? Like if you just use, say,
it's in one of the other CO406 proposals. Sorry to jump in, but I agree with that, David. The 1%.
Just using solar renewable energy as a benchmark, which I think is kind of the easiest because it's easily quantified and related to building energy use UIs. I think that's what I've seen seems to make sense.
Yeah, I don't think the original credit, the current credits have been real well analyzed quantitatively.
Yeah,
1% per credit kind of comes from the original IECC formulation of getting 3% from an option and having to select one or two options. So I think that the actual percentage credit moves around quite a bit in the original, for those credits in the current code.
Okay, thanks. That's good to have that history on it. David Reddy, does that answer or did you have your say?
Well, yeah, I think that would be really useful for reviewing this because I mean one of the challenges with the new table is just working with clients to understand what's the right path for their buildings, and it's really hard to judge how this proposal changes what their approach they're going to take. Readily understand how this changes that. So just a way to relate it to the current credits, even if the understanding is the current credits, if we just assume 1% per credit as a starting point, that would be really helpful.
So a table like the percent of total required by the building type that each option makes.
Yeah, and if that means that we need to revise these numbers to include decimal points, that doesn't seem to be a problem. I don't see that as a problem. I don't know if there's a desire.
Part of the reason we went with 0.1%, that seemed like the level of, fine tuning you needed to compare these different measures. So from a carbon basis for the building, you can just, if you've got 10 credits here in the table, that's 1%. So maybe you can just draw that comparison that way. I mean, again, we could provide a comparison table as additional background information. We've also published, since the original submittal here, the DOE analysis that was done, or the analysis that was done for DOE, and I can make that available as well. That's out there, on a website. So, matter of fact, I can throw that in the chat right now. Let me dig it up.
Okay, that sounds good. I have Lisa as next.
Hi, sorry, I was on mute. Thanks, Reed, for your excellent work here. This is really comprehensive. Just a couple of questions about how we're going to handle the weighting of the credits. And my question is specific to buildings that have multiple occupancy areas where the designer will be able to area weight their credits based on the different occupancy areas. And what I'm wondering is if someone were to, I get it, if they have a building where they only have one occupancy type and then they achieve one of the credits that far exceeds the minimum required, then they're good to go. But if they area weight, I'm wondering how that will potentially skew what needs to be accomplished in other areas. So if you pick a credit that is heavily weighted for one area, does that end up taking care of all of the credits for the other areas? So I can just see some of the numbers being so high, I can see some issues with that. And as a question, did you consider, or did the group who worked on this consider having just like a maximum that, this is the most that any one of these is eligible for, regardless of, how much better it is, or perhaps you can address that question.
Yeah, basically, I mean, I revised the language up in C406.1 a little bit, but I don't believe I changed the intent of that section. And my understanding of the intent there is you treat each separate occupancy in a multi-occupancy building separately at first. You decide how many credits you get for each part of it, and then you weight those. And with the new table here, and not just 6 points across the board, you would also weight the requirement based on the different building types. And yes, you would be able to get whatever you want to call it, slop over, if you will, if you're getting a lot of credits in multifamily for heat pump water heating, although that may become a baseline requirement, that would carry over if you've got a retail downstairs. So they might, benefit from that. We did not put a cap on this. I'm not sure, we did have a working group that met 2 or 3 or 4 times. That didn't really come up. So the credits are what they are. If the tag wanted to see a cap, we could cap each individual credit to the maximum. Part of the reason I have not put caps on these is, down the road, you may want to adjust the requirements up. For instance, there's a proposal to, basically make the requirements 1.5 times higher. So, it's hard to know where it could go. Or a particular jurisdiction like Seattle might want to have a higher requirement than the statewide code. So this allows them to do that and get full credit for where the savings exist.
Sure, and I had one other question, and that is, it was more of just an observation. It just, what we observe through tech support, monitoring, projects that come through is, you've got those credits that are popular, that people tend to choose to pursue, and then you've got other ones that are more difficult, and that are not utilized very often. And so the only, I don't know if it's a concern, but it's just observation, is that some of the credits they're great strategies, and that are weighted relatively low, may not be utilized as much as some of the other credits with a high number of points, which is, again, it's fine. It's just kind of a reality that we've noted in previous code cycles on how people utilize the credits.
Sure, and if the tag decided like there was some new technology, and new technology I think kind of fits in this, it's not an optional path, but a path where you can choose what you want to do. And if they wanted to bump those up for some reason to encourage that technology, we could modify those things that way. I mean, that's kind of up to the tag as far as what they want to pursue, but we've just started off with these to be even Steven as far as emission reductions.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Lisa and Reed. Just in this interest, the only thing I've heard put forward is 0.1 carbon emissions per 0.1% carbon emissions reductions per credit, and that's in the proposal. I haven't heard anybody come up with any other methodology for assigning the number of credits. I've heard the suggestion that there's maybe a cap on the maximum number of credits that one thing can get, and maybe a suggestion that one is not able to over deliver on one space in a mixed building and then vastly under deliver on another thing. Those are the only substantive things I've heard regarding actual code language. Gary also suggested that the old way was good, and that was, I think, using 1% or 3% per credit in requiring a number of credits. So I guess that's another thing on the table. What other methodologies are there that we could or should use? I'd like, if we can agree on that, I think that'll really simplify the rest of the process. So Eric Bedell.
So again, I want to say, hey, Reed, you spent a lot of time with this, and nice job. But I do have a fundamental question after learning the 2018 code where we went through a table, 6 credits, it was 406.1. What is, and while I get smarter in the next week with your proposal, what is the main benefits of this? Just so I can understand and I can learn and be smarter in making a decision in the upcoming weeks. Like, why are we changing again to this methodology? Why are we moving again? So this question's to Reed hard.
Sure. I think we've expanded the number of items available that people can use, which enhances flexibility. And as we do that, I think the 1 credit per percent is a bit of a blunt instrument because a lot of things are not going to save 1%, but they might save 0.5%. And I think we want to allow for those to come into play and just give designers a number of options. I mean, some of these things like the automatic thermostatic balancing valves, when you put those in and you don't have to pay for balancing labor, that's a cost reduction actually from a cost effectiveness point of view. So I think I would always put that in.
So one more question, like why wouldn't we expand like 406.1 that was in the 2018 code with those additional provisions and then weight them? Like, I can't remember what, like 4 credits for this, or, it was always 4 or 3 or 1 or 2. But now we're coming up with a whole new rating system of 36 and 41 and 82, and that people are going to have to learn. I want to understand this, and I'm sorry if I'm coming off abrasive. That's not my intent at all. I just want to learn on why we're moving forward, because I like your idea of adding to that table of 12 current, 406.1 table. It seems like a holistic change.
If there's a strong sense from the tag that they want to simplify this thing, we can come up with an alternate table that looks more simple. I'm not sure it would match up with the prior one, and part of the reason I went to 1/10 of a percent per point was so we didn't get into decimal points, and it's just all whole numbers. It's easier to add up. I mean, that was my thinking. But
okay, that answered a fundamental question. I'll let the floor go on, but thank you very much for your time on doing this, Reed. Appreciate that.
And take everything else out and just read.
And just for the residential code, we use half credits and full credits. There's no 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. It's just 0.5 or 1, and that might be the right amount of nuance. Who knows? but I'd love to continue on this discussion and see what people think about 0.1, 0.5, what other numbers or methodology can we have on this? Eric Vandermeer.
Well, I guess I'll just bring up another challenge with changing the point system, which is, you know, as the 2018 code is currently written, and has interpreted by the opinion of the State Building Code Council, you know, existing buildings that are core shell or have core shell spaces that don't fulfill their complete credits to get to the 6, do that during the tenant improvements. That there's no specific language in here that, you know, indicates that if you cross the, you know, from a 2018 building to a 2021 building, that you know, how you would deal with that. Do they stay under the 2018 energy code system, or do they transition to this, and how would we handle that? So that is a gap that needs to be addressed as part of this. And, you know, on this proposal, you know, it's a lot of great work, but I think this does increase the complexity for code officials and for the design community, again, to get up to speed with this. You know, in the proposal, it says that there's no anticipated cost for code enforcement of this. And again, this is making the code, you know, more complex and harder to enforce again. So, you know, that is a challenge that we'll have to deal with. So I definitely think we would need some sort of clarification with how to deal with the existing buildings and which credit systems they stay under. So,
Eric, are there any other ideas that anyone has on weighting the credits other than not weighting them? 0.1%, 0.5%, some other thing, because I think we can talk about lots of things, but if we agree on that, that'll really save time going forward. Gary.
Thanks, Joe. So again, I'll reemphasize that I don't think we ought to be basing this on emissions. I think we ought to go back to measuring improvements in kilowatt hours and therms. It's just a whole lot easier to calculate, a whole lot easier to enforce. And one way or the other, whether you're serving kilowatt hours or therms, you're saving emissions. And that's always a good thing. My question is, and if you could roll down to the table again, just a real quick question for Reed. Just for an example on, let's just say 13 and 14, the shower drain heat recovery and service water heat recovery. What was the baseline system that you compared this against?
Let's see. I think we are looking at a mixed, you know, gas, electric baseline on these, because that's kind of the current what's in place. You know, down the road, if we want to assume that there's a total heat pump baseline, again, based on the earlier proposal discussed, we would, you know, be looking at modifying some of these things.
Okay, so there's certainly some gas in the mix of the baseline here, which based upon existing codes and practices would make sense. So that, no more questions on that. Thanks, Reed.
Sure.
Thanks, Gary. Are there any other ideas for how we weight or not weight systems? I think
I do.
We should. Hey, Patrick, you have your hand up. And I'm going to get to you. I'd rather litigate this issue, figure it out among the tag, and then move on to the more substantive things that are each of the individual measures. So Mike Fowler's next.
Thanks, Joe. Specifically to the 0.1% of percent, no preference. I could work with either. I just want to do a bigger picture concern about what I'm thinking is losing the efficiency first approach. So what I would be interested in would be keeping the efficiency table that we currently have based on its 1% or whatever for energy savings, and then having this be added as a new section, but not replacing the energy efficiency table, the credits table. Have this be its own standalone new section where you need, that is focused on carbon emissions, that you have to get for carbon reductions, Y number of credits, and then whether there's a separate load management or it's combined with this Z credits. But I would like to keep just voice a quick note for keeping the efficiency table and then adding this as its own separate table with number of credits required. Thanks.
To Mike's question, was the 2018 code based on energy or carbon for the C406?
My understanding of the process is that it's not really based on anything.
Okay,
that's a lot of cowboy engineering and adjustments.
Mike is correct. We did the best we could under time constraints.
And my feeling is I really like, just for the example that a lot of people have asked, what is the previous code based on? I think having something that actually is based on something, in this case, what Reed is proposing, is very valuable. I think there's room to, adjust values, things we want to incentivize or something in here. But I think in general, having most of the measures be based on the calculation is a great improvement.
Okay. Patrick, you're next.
I wanted to address Lisa's question about the area weighting averaging. I have done it in the new code, and I had to start from scratch, and it was challenging math to make sure that it all came out right. And the results were quite interesting. And I believe that if we went to this format, I could area weight average, and one of the projects had 3 occupancy shell, which even made it more challenging. But it's turned in for a building permit. We figured it out.
Thanks, Patrick. Dwayne.
Yes, I'd just like to respond that as building officials, we're going to get one of these things in, and it'll have credits from 3 or 4 of these ideas, and we're perfectly capable of adding up 3 or 4 numbers and seeing if it meets that standard. That is not difficult. It maybe looks more complicated because Reed's been able to dig up a number of additional options that I would think industry would be excited about, because there's more ways to comply, and sometimes you just need a few extra points. This is for the first time we'll have something that's actually been fully vetted and analyzed and based on something real to compare the actual savings we're going to get from these measures.
Thanks, Dwayne. Michael Curry, you still have your hand up, and if you have something to say, go for it.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I want to applaud Reed's work here. I believe the Trades Association could get right behind this as a proponent, because what it does is it gives engineers and developers and owners a broad menu of things and flexibility to achieve energy savings. And one of the problems that we have is that when we go to, like what we discussed earlier today, all new commercial construction would have heat pumps. It doesn't give the engineer, the owner, the developer any wiggle room to achieve energy savings from any other methods. And so here we have an item down here, number 15. Obviously, heat pumps is not the one and only method to heat hot water. And this recognizes it, but it's a very efficient way to do it. And you're given credit for spending the extra revenue to do that. You've reduced energy and you've reduced emissions. I'd like to see the table more weighted, like Gary said, based on energy or KW savings as opposed to emissions, because after all, we have the Washington State Energy Code. We're not the emissions code tag. So yeah, I applaud Reed's work here. I just like to see this more weighted toward energy savings. And I think the Trades Association is going to be fully behind this. Thank you.
Okay, great. So it seems like the decision points we have are energy versus carbon, and then whether we use the kind of this 0.1% energy, 0.1% carbon, or some other number. And I think we Lisa, have you last on my list of people with your hand up to speak?
Yeah, just a couple more comments. I'd like to just, again, revisit the idea of a cap. I think that is something that we should at least think about, and thinking about it from the kind of the bigger picture perspective. What was the original intent of this provision, which is to encourage a certain amount of efficiency within a building, and to not allow a building to, one area of the building to be, high performing and another area of the building to be less performing. And so that's just kind of a general thing we need to think about. And if we put a cap of some sort that could address that. So I think that's something to consider. And then the other thing I was going to mention, because I'm hearing a lot of concern about the complexity of this and how are people going to document it and all that. I will mention that ETC is currently working on an additional efficiency credit accounting feature within the WSCC compliance documentation web tool. So we do have a tool that we are working on. It's in development that hopefully will help folks with the documentation process to be able to provide that information to the jurisdiction.
Okay, great. I would like to just see a show of emoticons and reactions right now for energy versus carbon for the table. The idea is if we kind of agree on each of these three things, then somebody could make a motion and we could just kind of like adopt that as what we want to do going forward. So how many people would like to see carbon be the basis of metric for this table?
You're saying just for this table only? Okay.
For this table
because
only.
I guess my question is, I'm interested in both. I'm interested in a table for energy and interested in a table for carbon reductions.
Okay, that would be a very different proposal, right?
I think so, but that's why I'm confused about how I would vote yes or no here. If we're talking just this table as a carbon metric, then yes. But if it means going away from both an energy and a carbon table, then I'm less interested.
Okay, we'll vote on three things, or we'll take an informal poll on three things. One is energy, another one is carbon, and the last one is energy and carbon. So for the first one, how many people, and we'll do this again, how many people think this should be based on carbon, as is the original proposal? I saw like 3 or 4 thumbs up. Okay, we have a few thumbs up for that. How many people think it should be based on energy? I see a few more thumbs up. So we have disagreement. How many people think it should be based on energy and carbon? Okay, we have a few thumbs up for that. Okay, so we do not have anywhere near consensus on this. How many people think we should use the numbers similar to what is shown, which are based on like a 0.1% improvement? Okay, how many people think we should use a less granular number like 1% or something? Okay. All right, we have no agreement on anything. And how many people think we should have a cap on credits?
What's the question again?
How many people think we should have a cap on the number of credits that a given measure can give you? Okay, so basically we have a mixed crowd on everything. I don't know how we move forward on this. I think it's fundamental to figure out. I don't want to have to spend the time to go through every single occupancy and every single measure and argue about how many credits it's worth. That just seems, we'd be here till October to do that. So I'd rather we agree on some sort of a framework for how we assign credits, but we're not getting to a consensus on that.
So, Kel, I've just got a couple of thoughts here that might help tag. One is, with the carbon numbers the way they are, we are close to a site BTU comparison, which is basically an energy comparison. Now, if we went to an energy price comparison or energy cost, a lot of these numbers would shift a moderate amount. Exactly how much, I don't know. ASHRAE 90.1 goes with cost. We did this based on carbon because it looked like that was the trend and what was happening here. So I just wanted to point that out. When you say on energy, you need to choose, is it cost, or is it site BTUs, or is it source BTUs? And then you get into that whole discussion there as well. And the numbers you see here are based on carbon, but they would not be much different for site BTUs.
Okay, Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, just to kind of continue with what Reed just said, definitely the original credits were, to the extent that they have a basis, were on site BTU, not source BTU or cost. So that would be consistent. Site BTU, and as Reed says, carbon it's almost exactly the site BTU number. This is pretty close.
I've seen some analysis showing that the carbon and the site energy use are proportional. That's what we're saying, right? Henry.
Yeah, I would just add that the new C407, there is no interaction with C406, and C407 is now based off of carbon. And so if you are in fact using modeling to trade off against prescriptive compliance, it might make sense to have both sections looking at the same metric.
Yep. Michael Cartwright.
Well, if in fact that is an accurate statement, I don't have any reason to believe it's not, and it makes sense that the carbon and the energy, the two are closely related. Although I'd like to see this more reflective of the energy side. And as I understand it, it reflects emissions. But maybe that's just a matter of semantics, and maybe we all just need to reach a consensus. And I don't know how much more discussion we need. This is like such a refreshing proposal. Is it premature to make a motion that we move this forward?
Anyone can, any tag members that are the primary can make a motion at any time.
To consider that a motion.
A motion to do what?
To accept the proposal.
The entire proposal.
Entirely as it's written.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Okay, I didn't hear a second. So I'm going to say the motion dies due to a failure to get a second on it. Lisa.
Yeah, this is just a procedural question. I mean, we took informal vote to address some of the primary questions that you had. Can we, as a committee, do a more formal vote on some of these primary details, so that we can at least make some decisions on some of those primary things, you know, so that at least now we kind of know what we're going to be now voting on as a final. Is that something that we can do?
So TAG members can make any motion at almost any time during the meeting, and I encourage all of you to do so when I can call for a motion, but I can't make a motion. So Lisa, you are empowered to make a motion anytime you want about anything, and I encourage you to do so.
Okay. And then could you again perhaps summarize the kind of overarching decisions that need to be made before we get into this in a more granular level? And I will say that with the caveat that I agree with what's being said, that the work that went into this, I mean, this is very thorough analysis, and I agree it's refreshing that we have numbers that we can really hang our hat on. So I would question the value of evaluating each one. I think that it stands on its own. Really just talking about some of the higher level decision making on the proposal, that it feels like if we can get through those things, then the committee could then proceed with approving the whole thing.
Yeah, and I guess a motion could be made to adopt the metric. I mean, any motion can be made anytime. A motion could be made to adopt the 0.1% of carbon for each point in this table. That's one motion that could be made. Others could be made as well. Gary.
Thanks. Okay, I'll make a motion that this table ought to be based upon energy savings and not emissions.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, and so we're saying that that this should be based on energy use. Is there further discussion? Mike?
I don't want to follow up on a comment that was made, and this I think is helping my understanding and involvement in where I'm at, is that there's this close enough, strong enough correlation that carbon reductions in this table equal energy reductions. So essentially we're putting carbon and energy on the same platform or same equivalency. So this based on carbon is based on energy reductions. I was looking to clarify that. I know somebody made that comment and I just wanted to double hear it again.
Mike Kennedy?
Based on my calculations, it's very close. If you have 100% combustion efficiency of the gas, then 0.36 would be the crossover point, but you have the 80% or whatever combustion efficiency. So 0.44 is about where they cross over.
Okay, and then Gary, could you clarify your motion? You're doing it in the chat. Gary, could you clarify your motion on the recording?
Yeah. Well, I would normally say that, in my opinion, source energy ought to be the metric if we're going to talk about energy reductions. Based upon past discussions, though, we would relitigate again what the proper source energy factor ought to be for both, for all energy types, fossil fuels kilowatt hours, et cetera. So I would support site energy as the basis, as long as the baselines are like energy sources. In other words, if it's a heat pump water heating system, that the baseline is the federal minimum electric heating system, hot water system. If it's a high efficiency natural gas system, that the baseline be the federal minimum required by code gas heating or gas hot water system. That way, when you're measuring therms against therms, you're measuring therm savings, you're measuring kilowatt hour savings. So I don't know how you capture that, but so that is my clarification.
Okay, so you amended your motion to include site energy use.
As long as the baselines are like energy forms.
Okay, can we eliminate that by clarifying it right now? Gary, I guess my understanding of this table is it takes the rest of the code and that's the baseline, right?
Correct.
So if the rest of the code says something, then that's the baseline, and then this is going beyond whatever language we agree to go beyond would get you your 42 or your 3 credits. So I guess I'm not understanding your caveat.
Okay, I guess assume for the moment, I guess that that the heat pump water heating proposal does not get approved. Gas heating systems would still be allowed, and gas heating systems would still be included as the baseline. But I will accept that if this tag and the code does adopt a heat pump baseline without exceptions, if that's what the baseline has got to be, obviously we need to accept that. I don't like it, but that's the way the codes work.
Okay, so my understanding of the motion as amended is to adopt site energy use for this table with the baseline being the rest of the code as it is created by this tag. Is that fair, Gary?
As fair as it can be, I guess, Joe, yes.
Okay, I just want to make that. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is further discussion? Michael Cartwright.
Well, as I understand this table, I think it fits nicely with the way the 2018 energy code is written, whereas the heat pump water heater is not the baseline. It's an owner option. It's a designer's option. And you kind of essentially, the way I'm thinking is you'd leave the 2018 unaltered, and it would fit in very nicely with this in that you when you go to a heat pump, you elect to do that, you're getting the credit for it.
I guess right now the motion on the table is about whether we use energy as the metric or as opposed to like carbon or something else. So I guess that you're bringing up a different issue. I think, Michael, is my understanding of it. So I guess all in favor of adopting energy as the metric for this table, say aye.
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 Any opposed to adopting energy as the metric, site energy as the metric, say nay.
I was going to say nay, but I don't think, based on just a single nay in myself, that calls for a need for a roll call vote. I'm voting no just because of the contributions Mike Kennedy made about essentially if this carbon is these are carbon reductions, and the site energy reductions are for practical purposes, close enough that this is based on site energy. So that's my vote. Why the reason why I've got no.
Okay, vote no. Okay, that triggers a roll call. Krista, can you do a roll call?
Well, I'm also volunteering that I don't feel the need to do a roll call, but we set the procedure and you may need to follow through with that.
We established rules, so
Yep, got it.
We'll follow those rules. So Krista, let's do a roll call.
Eric Bedell,
Yay.
CJ Brockway,
Abstain.
Martin Connor, Michael Kurtwright,
Yay.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
Yes.
Scott Henderson, Chris Holliday, Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Dwayne had to leave.
okay. Mike McGivern,
No.
Alan Montpelier, Eric Olnon,
Yes.
Marina Rasputnis,
No.
David Reddy,
Abstain.
Lisa Rosenau,
Sorry, no.
Gavin Tenold,
No.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Amy Wheelis.
No.
Jill Anderson.
No.
Okay, motion fails 6-7 with 3 abstentions.
Motion to adopt the proposal as submitted.
Well, Mike, okay, we have a motion to adopt the entire proposal as submitted.
Michael Kurt right here. I second that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to adopt the entire proposal as submitted. We have a second for that. Is there further discussion? I was just hoping to.
I didn't mean to jump too far ahead. I mean, I was
I was
basically saying I
hoping to
want
get
to
to
second what
carbon.
Michael Cartwright's proposal was earlier. I may have jumped too far ahead, but
Yeah, I was
want to
hoping
coordinate
take a
those.
break. I was hoping to take a break really soon, and we haven't taken comment on most of the proposal, as Eric is pointing out. So I was hoping what we would do is then vote on carbon as the factor.
I will amend my
and-
proposal to vote on using carbon as the basis for this, and then having further discussion after that.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have an amended motion and a second on using carbon as the basis for this instead of energy or something else. So further discussion. Irina?
So is there still an option to have both carbon and energy included? Or has that both sailed?
No, I mean, tag members can make motions in whatever way they want. But I guess a carbon and energy one would require a lot more nuance because now I don't know what the actual motion would be. It would be 2 tables, I guess. But the tables would not look that dissimilar based on prior testimony. So
Exactly, and I was on that boat of having both, and I've jumped off because of I feel now that if we had 2 tables, one for energy and one for carbon, they're essentially going to be the same.
Okay. I don't have enough expertise, but I'll go with that. Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Irina. Lisa?
Yeah, the one thought that one thing to take into consideration is, how well this will align with other areas of the code. And I'm going to reach out to the experts in the group regarding C407. Is it correct in saying that C407 is based on carbon, so that this would align with that metric in the code?
C407 is based on carbon. Yep.
Yes. So I think there's value in that, in that we try to be as consistent as we can with the way all elements of the code are being evaluated.
Okay, David, ready?
I guess I wanted to clarify that C47 now is based on both carbon and does have a site energy component to it, right? That's what we
True.
adopted.
That's a good point. Yep.
Now, the building performance factors are derived based on the use of carbon in the analysis, but they are only applied to the regulated loads. So that's a nuance, that is also kind of not necessarily addressed by C40. Well, I guess it's addressed by C406 because we're only talking about giving credits for things that are regulated.
Okay, Mike Kennedy?
I guess I just want to address that if we have two paths, energy and carbon, that really starts to make this path complicated. And if I was a gas company person, I would prefer this table be done, I think actually with carbon, given our conversion factor. Site BTU would be worse. So, and I encourage the gas people to look at that question. So I guess I think that carbon is a fine number to use for our purposes. Now, there might be a bigger discussion when we go down to if in future code cycles we adopt 0.2 or some much lower number. But
Okay.
at 0.4, I think we're good.
Thanks, Mike. We do need to take a break. If there's any new points to bring up, let's bring up the new points. Otherwise, let's get to the vote. Gary?
Just real quickly, Mike, appreciate the comments, but no, the gas industry does not like using emissions with the adopted emissions factor of 0.44. It's not a fair comparison, and I've said that before, so just wanted to make that clear. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Okay, further comment? Okay, all in favor of, well, let's do a roll call vote on using carbon as the basis for this table.
Eric Bedell,
Nay.
CJ Brockway,
Gonna abstain again.
Martin Connor, Michael Curtright,
Nay.
Michael Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Gary Hickinen,
No.
Scott Henderson, Chris Holliday, Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Dwayne Johnlin, Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier, Eric Olnon,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
David Reddy,
Abstain.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold? Gavin, you're muted.
Yes.
Sean Big,
Yes.
Amy Willis,
Yes.
so motion carries 7-5 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, thank you everybody for a great discussion, and we voted on that. Let's take a 20-minute break and we'll come back to C406 after the break. So a 20-minute break, we'll be back at 12:30. All right, everybody, welcome back. Hope you had a good break and refreshed and reinvigorated to talk and make your points very, very quickly about the things we're about to consider. So we're still on our C406. We just voted by a narrow margin to use carbon in this table. And now I would love to talk and maybe vote on whether we're going to use this system that is in the proposal in front of us, or a less granular system like a 1% carbon savings versus a 0.1% carbon savings in front of us. So I'd love someone to make a motion on that, just so we have clarity on how our carbon table is going to look, and so that Reed and others can kind of reevaluate how their carbon table is going to look before we consider the entire rest of the proposal. So is there anyone who wants to make a motion on whether we use the 0.1% carbon savings or the 1% carbon savings or some other metric? Did anybody come back?
Motion to do 1% savings in the table.
And just to clarify, would you include fractional percentages or half percentages or something like that?
With half percentages.
With only the granularity of a 0.5%.
Yeah. I feel like we're simplifying it a little bit.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to do that. Is there a second for the motion?
Second motion.
Mike, was that a second?
Yes, second the motion.
Okay, thanks. We have a motion to use a whole percentage. So right now the table is in 0.1 percentage, so it's some small and some big numbers. The motion is to include a point for every percent, and getting down as granular as a 0.5%, but not more granular than that. Mike Kennedy.
What would happen to the values? I mean, this is 0.1%. So like take automatic thermostatic balancing valves where all the values are less than 5. Would we be rounding these so they go to 0?
With the residential code, basically, if it didn't meet if it didn't meet the threshold for the minimum or for a certain amount of credits, then it just was not considered for the tables. We could do anything we want, but that's what we did with the residential code. So some things were, maybe they would have been a 0.2 of a point, and they're just eliminated from the table because they didn't make the threshold. Other things were like, 1.2, and do you go to 1.5 or 1? And
right.
I think we just used the rules of rounding.
Well, okay. So is that the proposal then?
That's the motion that was seconded that we're going to vote on in a minute here. Are there other anybody else want to talk about this? Michael Cartwright.
Quick question. I'm not sure. am I not, and I'm having a problem seeing all the numbers, am I not seeing whole numbers?
Well, right now, the numbers are each point. So so when you see improved cooling and fan efficiency under group R1, it says 2. So each one of those, so this gives you, is based on 0.2% carbon savings. So what the motion on the floor is, would basically say, this doesn't count. Number 3, improve cooling and fan efficiency, doesn't count as a point because it doesn't get you to enough. It doesn't get you to 0.5% carbon savings. So it wouldn't be an option, and it wouldn't get you any points out of the deal.
I don't know.
So there's one wrinkle here that folks may not be aware of, and that's, for instance, the cooling and heating efficiency savings are based on a 5% minimum improvement, but you could get credit for up to 20% or 15, I can't remember, I'd have to look at the language. And so you would take whatever the points that are there and multiply them, which means, I guess, yeah, I'm not part of the committee, so I can't argue one way or another. That's just a point of clarification that there are several of these things. The lighting, for instance, is, well, the lighting is set up 10 and 20%, but the HVAC is set up based on a 5% minimum, and then you prorate it up, based on what you actually do. So,
Reed, I don't quite understand that. So you're saying like improve cooling and fan efficiency is, it gets 2 points. Which
right, and that's based on a 5% improvement. But if you did a 10% improvement, you would double the points in the table, right? So there are some adjustments in the language to multiply the points to allow for flexibility, because we don't know what improvement you're going to get in efficiency, and we wanted to allow a minimum threshold for people to get on board with it, getting whatever improvement they could. So you can see there are multipliers, like, yeah, you're looking at the cooling efficiency multiplier here as well, which,
okay.
So if we set a minimum threshold of 0.5%, that would, we'd probably raise that threshold for what the minimum efficiency is, so it would show up, I guess. But that may be more difficult to achieve with different system types. And just as background, the IECC 2022, if there's any interest in aligning with that, we set up the points there, different from here, but we set them up so 1 point equaled 0.25%. And actually we moved to this 0.1% as we developed it for ASHRAE and saw that it gave us a little more granularity. But that's just background information.
Okay, so the motion on the floor would change some of the other language in here, but it's it's basically saying in the table you have things that are worth 1 point, 0.5 point, or anything a multiple of 0.5 point. So 0.5, 1 point. No, sorry. Okay, I guess I'm unclear on the motion. I think is the motion to include in the table things that are 1 point or up to 0.5 point, or is, I think the motion is actually to say, rather than each, okay, I remember now. The motion is to, instead of each point being worth 0.1% carbon reduction, each point in the table is based on a 0.5% reduction in carbon. And if something doesn't get close to a 0.5% reduction in carbon, then it wouldn't show up in the table necessarily. That would be kind of an outcome of the proposal that we're looking at. Okay, let's take comments on it. Mike McGivern?
Yeah, Joe, I'd like to rescind my second. I agree with the complexity issues, and I think I jumped to conclusion earlier, so I'd like to rescind the second.
I'm going to say the same thing. This is getting a little confusing even for me and what that motion was for. I basically want whole numbers, simplicity, but again, it's getting tough.
So Eric, I think with the motion that was made, and you rescinded it. So, but the motion that you had made, there would be whole numbers in the table, but each whole number. Okay, I don't know. I guess the motion that I thought you made or could make was every 0.5% of carbon reduction would get you 1 point.
1 point.
Yep. Is that the motion you wanted to make?
You know what? Yes, that is every 0.5% of reduction will get us 1 point. We will not have more than, is it 1 point? So it would be 0.25, I guess, percent, which will give you a 0.5 point, but we're going to keep 0.5 point, 1 point, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3 values.
Okay, so the motion as I hear it is every 0.25% of carbon reduction is worth a 0.5 point, but there will be no numbers in the table that are not a whole number or a half.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that cleans it up. Because having 36, 18, 261, 111, it gets a little much.
Okay, do we have a second for this motion? Okay. Motion dies for lack of a second as far as I can tell. Okay, Lisa.
Yeah, I thought we actually had another motion on the table, so now I'm a little confused.
So Eric rescinded his motion and then put another motion on the floor that kind of clarified, and there was no second for that. So
got it. So right now there's no motion on the table at this time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was just going to offer feedback from the prior discussion, and that is that whatever decision is made, I would definitely not advocate for a method that would reduce the number of measures that are available in the list. I believe that the more measures we have available, the better, because it provides flexibility to the design and construction industry. So I don't know what that means with regards to how we decide, how to apply the numbers, but I would say that any decision that would actually cause some of these measures to drop off the list, I would advise, or my recommendation or preference would be to not do that.
Okay, and just to clarify that, if we adopted something that was not 0.1%, then things like number 3, improved cooling and fan efficiency, might drop off the list because 1 point or 3 points is the biggest one. That's really not, it's 0.3% of carbon reduction. So it's not a substantive carbon reduction. But if we don't want that to drop off the list, then 0.1% or something very similar to that would probably be the right number to use. I like just trying to react and move the conversation along. Michael Cartwright.
Yeah, and that's why I was really hesitant to support what Eric Bedell was saying. Is we'd lose 3, we'd lose 4, and so forth. I think, like Lisa said, let's have a system that keeps as many options as possible.
Would you like to make a motion, Michael?
Well, yeah, I here again, I don't think it'll be supported, but I move to approve this entire proposal as it stands.
Okay, do we have a second for moving the entire proposal as it stands?
Second.
We have a second on it. Okay, let's take a voice vote on this. I mean, I feel awkward in doing this because we haven't looked at the entire proposal.
Yeah, we haven't gone, we've only spent time on the one table.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
the thing is, tech members can make motions however they want, and I can't say yay or nay on any of those, whether they can make a motion or not. So the motion has been made. We have to follow it to its logical conclusion unless it's rescinded. But I've intentionally directed comments to just a piece of the proposal, so I feel awkward trying to vote on the whole thing. So
No, I'll rescind my second because in my head I thought we were talking about the table, and Michael Cutright did say the whole thing. I just I misheard that, but
okay.
That is what he said, but my focus is on the table as
But
well.
we haven't gone through it all in every little detail, and I certainly, if that's what the group wants, I'm certainly supportive of that. But I just have so much confidence in the work that Reed has done here that I wonder if that would not just be semantics.
Cal, it seems like we should take public comment on the entire proposal, then kind of any motion could be made at that point.
Yep. I think that would be good.
Agreed.
I would love to get a motion right now on using the 0.1% carbon as the metric. And then I think after that, I think it would be good to look at the rest of the proposal, focusing on the first table and credits, and then the next table and credits, which the next table, I mean the load reduction, or the load shedding table, or whatever it is.
A motion to use 0.1% as the metric.
Okay, we have a motion to use 0.1% as the metric. Do we have a second? We have a second. Okay. Is there further discussion on this motion? Kevin?
Yeah, in support of that, it was mentioned that 3 points is not significant. But if you look at table 406.1, there's one pass of 12 points. So that'd be very significant.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Just to maintain some order, then I'm going to withdraw my motion, just to keep it clean.
Yes. Okay. Well, yeah, and the second was withdrawn. Thank you, Michael, for withdrawing that. So you have a motion on the table and a second for using 0.1% carbon reduction as the metric. Eric Bedell?
So I just want to go back a couple code cycles. And one of the nice things about the C406, especially in I guess that would be 2015, was that they were big tranches and it was easy to read and understand by the layman. And that was one thing, that now we're getting so granular and we're looking at things like improved cooling and fan efficiency, which is a great thing. But what does that really buy us in comparison to on-site renewable energy? And I'm just going through some higher value ones: heat pump, water heating, et cetera, reduced lighting. I mean, this is one of the things that I think we're making it so complicated now that it's hard to, just for the normal public and people to understand it. And again, that's just more of a overall thinking. But that's why I was like, hey, let's make it bigger tranches, less quantity, hit the ones that are very, very, that get us a lot of bang for the buck. But that's my opinion. So that's it.
Thanks, Eric. Mike Kennedy.
I guess I was going to, and maybe Lisa's going to talk about this, but Lisa has suggested capping it, which would get rid of some of these very large numbers, which might make it easier. And I was going to propose a number of like 100, which would be a round number. The other one would be to choose, instead of, I suppose you could represent well, that's still going to cause a problem, but you could use 0.2 instead of 0.1, and then none of these values would drop off. It would cause maybe some impacts with the scaling that Reed talked about. But
okay, Lisa.
Yeah. So Mike was reading my mind there. That is the topic. I would like to just maybe be a broken record about it, but I do have a lot of concern about, projects that have multiple occupancies and allowing, one area, one strategy for one, small-ish area of a building having such a high credit value that the other areas of the building are not required to have any other additional efficiency measures associated with them. I don't know if capping is the best way to do it. I mean, there could be some language in the area weighting portion of the proposal when it talks about that, where, that no area of the building, I mean, every area of the building has to show, compliance with at least one measure or something like that. But you get what I'm saying. I'm very concerned that if without a cap, we're going to have some unintended consequences.
Yep, and I think after we vote on this, the motion on the floor, you would be welcome to propose a cap as another motion. Gary said something in the chat, and I'm interpreting that as a point of order. So Gary, do you want to unmute? And point of order takes precedence over everything else if you're saying we can't do something.
I'm sorry, maybe a little bit too strong there. We shouldn't be making some of these changes on the fly, and with all due respect to Mike, arbitrarily picking a cap of 100, for example, really needs further analysis on such a complex and comprehensive proposal. So now, it wasn't a point of order, it was a comment. I should have said we shouldn't be doing some of this on the fly. So
okay, sorry. I just want to be really follow the rules and all that.
I appreciate that, Joe. Thanks.
Okay, Patrick.
Okay, I agree with Gary that just arbitrarily grabbing a number for a cap, I think the table currently reflects the math, and the math should stay what it is. I have done area weighting averages, and I think that Lisa is a bit overreacting, and that's not how the math is going to work, because a small area with, say, the heat pump water heater where you get big numbers, is it because it's a small area, it's not going to affect the rest of the building. I have done the math on 2 projects, and my suggestion to Lisa would be sit down and try the math, and I mean, it took me a few hours to sort it out and get it right. But
Patrick, that's not the motion on the floor right now. So I think we'll talk about that next. But right now we're not talking about capping. We're talking about the 0.1%. Just trying to keep us moving forward. Let's focus on the topic that is the main motion right now. Michael Rosenberg.
Yeah, I wanted to comment that one of the previous commenters was talking about the complexity. And I just wanted to, point out the counterpoint to that. One of the benefits of having measures in this additional efficiency matrix is that if, we try to add these as prescriptive requirements, we end up, for a lot of them, having to put in a whole bunch of exceptions. And that gets even more complicated. So as we're trying to squeeze out more and more energy efficiency, we put requirements in that may not be applicable for every building, every situation, and we end up with a really long list of exceptions. By having them in a table like this, we don't need any of those exceptions. You don't want to do it or you can't do it, you just don't choose that option. So in some ways, it is a simplification, even if there's a lot of them in here.
Yep. Okay. So are there any more comments on the 0.1% carbon reduction per credit in the table? Okay, with that, let's do a roll call vote on this one.
Can you restate the motion?
The motion, as I understand it, is to include, you get a point in the table for every 0.1% carbon reduction in excess of the rest of the code.
Okay, Eric Bedell,
Nay.
CJ Brockway.
Abstain.
Is that a nay or an abstain?
Abstain.
Thank you. Martin Connor. Michael Kurtwright,
Yes.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
Abstain.
Scott Henderson, Chris Holliday, Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin, Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier, Eric Olnon,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenow,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Amy Wheelis.
Yes.
Motion carries 12-1 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, we have now agreed on some basic parameters for the table, and they are as proposed by Reed. We can now consider the idea of a cap, or we could consider the rest of the proposal, kind of the first half and then the second half. Did anyone want to make a motion or a suggestion about a cap, or do we want to move on?
I'll just chime in on this one, and I would say that I don't think, I agree with, I think it was Patrick or whoever mentioned it, that I don't think it is correct for the tag to be setting an arbitrary cap. I think that this is something where if the committee feels that that is something that is preferable to do that, then it should be sent back to the proponent and ask the proponent to evaluate what would be the most appropriate cap based on his analysis. So I would agree. We should vote on a particular number today, but it could be something as a assignment to the proponent. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, and that sounds like a reasonable recommendation. Does anyone have anything to respond to that, Patrick?
I would like to make a motion that we don't have a cap and we use the numbers in the table as is. I think they're done mathematically accurate, and I do a lot of area weighting averages. I see no issues to why we would need a cap.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second for that motion?
A second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on the idea of not having a cap? Michael Rosenberg?
Sorry, I just forgot to lower my hand.
Okay. Well, in that case, let's do a Reed Hart.
Yeah, I just had one thought on this. I do want a cap. Rather than an arbitrary number, it may make sense to limit any individual measure to the requirement for that use group. That way you couldn't just do one measure in one area and have it spill over into the rest of the building. You would have to do at least multiple measures to have it spill over. That's just a thought or a suggestion. I know it's not the motion, but I'll throw that out, that would be pretty simple to implement if you do come down wanting a cap. So.
Okay. And so there's a main motion to not have a cap that was made by Patrick. A motion, yeah, Eric Bedell.
Before we vote on this with the cap, can I understand, like, if you scroll down to the table, like, for example, we have 216 or 261.
Yep.
I mean, that is, you know, I don't even know how to put that in context of other numbers on this table. What, in Group B occupancy, why it's only 13. That's 20 times the. I can't put that in context. Like I'm struggling there.
So, would you like me to give you a little kind of background on that?
Absolutely, if you can help, yeah, because that's where I'm struggling
Right.
with this whole table.
So I agree. It looks like a big number. So, for instance, the savings in a hotel, which is the first column, and multifamily, which is the second column, is essentially the same. Well, not quite the same. Hotel has lower occupancy than a apartment, so there's a little less savings. But the hospital has higher other ancillary uses, so the baseline building use is higher. So as a percentage of the total building use, it's less. So yeah, 261 points is 26% of the total building use. And that just reflects the fact that in multifamily, service water heating is a
so
huge part of the pie of the end use energy use. Especially in Washington, which has a pretty mild climate. It's not a big heating, cooling energy use. So in other climates, those numbers get smaller. You're kind of in the sweet spot for heating and cooling.
So, for example, if you go back up, Reed, and you take, could you go up to the table above that? Not that. Keep going, and that one. Ultimately, you're saying you only need 60 credits,
right?
Right, which 200 you could technically take your water heating and get 216 of them and satisfy all your C406 requirements by just doing that one item.
Right, and that's not unsurprising in multifamily, where the water heating is a very large share of the energy use in the building.
But you could also take like 25% of your building, your multifamily building, and get all your credits then. And just do 25% of the floor area served by that system.
Actually, I don't believe the way that credit's written. You could, in a building that had half residential and half retail.
No, the way the code is currently being enforced in Washington is, yes, you can split within an occupancy group, and you could say 25% of my R2 occupancy is going to do this credit, and the other 75% isn't. That's how we're currently doing the code right now.
Okay, well, yeah, and so that may speak for some language improvement in how you would approach it. And that's partly why I suggested, well, maybe we do want to cap each individual measure at the building use type requirement. That way you aren't spilling over excessively. But
either that, or it feels like we almost need to, actually, I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah. So, but this motion would have to fail if you wanted to come back and look at that type of a cap. So.
And we can also, any motion we vote on, we can also vote on again later if,
right.
And undo something later. So nothing we do is final until the very last tag. And even then, it's still going to go to the MVE committee and the Building Code Council and go out for public comment. So, but those are not as technical bodies as this one. So if it's technically correct and gets us there out of this code, some things will be changed after this. Irina.
Bear with me, I'm on a learning curve here. So there's a table here with energy measure with the credit requirements. And so for each building classification group, there's requirements. And then down below, or maybe up above, I'm not sure which way we're scrolling, there's a list of all of the measures that would yield a credit. And so I understand that construct. Tell me if I'm on the right page there, but I don't understand how a cap on credit factors into the construct if the goal is to meet the requirements table, what role does the cap have? And I
Yeah, so-
apologize if I'm completely on the wrong page.
No, that's fine. This is this is a really important thing, and so it's great to have everybody understand what's going on. What happens is if 60 credits are required, then group R2, and you could get 260 credits for doing it, then essentially the fear is that you could do it in just a quarter of your project, and then the other 3/4 uses, code minimum stuff, and you have now satisfied the entire project worth of C406 credits because 260 is just a big number, and you only needed 60. So, or if you had a multi-use building, and you can use an area weighted average, then perhaps you have residential and retail, and you do all the credits in residential, and then you don't have to do anything in retail. That's the question that's kind of about the cap. So if you capped it per typology, then you couldn't go way beyond in residential and do nothing in retail, for example. Does that answer?
So I would interpret the language in the first paragraph to say that would only occur with mixed use building. Unless there's been a state interpretation that you can only do a measure in part of the building, unless it's an alteration.
Correct.
I'm not
correct.
sure
There's a
you
state
could do that.
opinion for the 2018 code that you can do just part of an occupancy. So you could have, you could
Okay.
take that, and there are other code proposals that are proposed that would clarify that editorially.
Okay.
So yes, this is going to be extremely complicated to figure out.
And just so you know, the interpretations of the building code council from one code do not necessarily apply to the next code cycle, but sometimes they do. There's an argument.
Correct, but everybody's thinking of the code in that mentality. So if we're going to change it, then it needs to be super clear.
Yep. Okay, Patrick.
I think if you got a mixed use building and you're going to area weight average, I think you still have to pick something from the table, even if it's the low-lying fruit thing, and still do the average. And then the 261 would still keep you out of, but you're still going to have to pick something, because otherwise you're averaging against zero. And the last two projects I did, and the one with 3 occupancies, I had an item, items for each occupancy.
Okay.
I mean,
well,
we're
let's-
splitting, like on a residential building, we're splitting out residential corridors from the residential units, right? Because we're doing different measures in different areas. We want certain credits to apply. So yeah, it's very complicated on how these are being broken up from an area square footage basis.
I agree with Eric. It was very complicated, and it didn't happen fast. I worked at it, Eric.
Yeah.
Okay, Lisa.
Well, as an alternative, I don't know if this entirely fixes the whole thing. And Eric, if there are other proposals out there that might fix this, then maybe that we don't need to discuss it any further. But we could potentially propose or ask the proponent to add some language to this section that basically reverses part of that opinion. Because to your point, those opinions don't always carry over into the next code cycle. So if we address that and did this where, more like what it said here, right in this section, that it only applies to mixed occupancy building, and that no longer allow a building like Eric described, where you can do one credit type or combination credit types in the corridor of a mixed use, or multifamily, and then do something else in the actual dwelling units.
Yep.
I mean, we could write something into code that fixes that. That's another idea.
I think we'd have like significant opposition to that, to say that like in a building that you can't have high-end apartments that are going to have different measures than a low-income housing portion of the same mixed-use building is,
Just to keep us on track, we have a motion on the floor right now And my guess is we're going to send this back to the proponent. So I think when we send it back to the proponent today, we will give them lots of instructions or some instructions. And I think that's one good instruction, Eric and Lisa.
Can I just say that I attempted to fix that, actually. If you look about halfway down that paragraph, we inserted the word occupancy or space conditioning level. So instead of each area being vague, we're now specifically talking about the entire occupancy area. So there was
again,
an
I could
attempt
put a different space conditioning system. I could have electric resistance heat in half of my apartment building and have heat pump heating in the other half.
No, space conditioning level is a defined term related to whether it's semi-heated or not, semi-heated. So
got it. Okay.
And actually, Rita, I'm glad you pointed that detail out, because to Eric's point, this is kind of like a cat's out of the bag detail, right? Where there was a lot of uncertainty around whether you could, kind of break up a building more granular. And then the State Building Code Council official opinion put it out there that says that you can. And so folks are running with that. And so it's important for the tag to know that your language essentially kind of reins that back in again. So that is a substantive change to what the State Building Code Council submitted as official opinion. I think it fixes things, but
well, the last sentence is still unclear. It says areas included in the same are permitted, right? So
yeah,
it's still unclear with the last sentence. It's vague. It's not enforceable. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And we could clean that up. I mean, for instance, lighting power density.
I'm just saying we can clean it up. It's going to take time, and we got to go through every word of this.
So in the interest of time, we have a motion on the floor. I'll suggest that we vote on that motion, and we could vote it yes or no or whatever, and then we consider the rest of this, and with the eye that we probably will come up with a few questions and send it back to the proponent for a working group, to your point, Eric. So are there any more comments? And Patrick, you've had your hand up for a long enough time that I assume that you don't have a new comment. Okay, good. All right.
Can you please repeat the motion?
The motion on the floor is to not have a cap on the number of credits. Is that right, Patrick? Was your motion?
Yes, because the math is the math, and the math is accurate, just as Reed explained it.
Okay.
And for gentlemen from GLY, these heat pump water heaters are ungodly efficient. In a single family residence, they're
okay.
With 5 occupants, you can use 500 kW a month. A heat pump water heater uses 121. And that's why those numbers look like that.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to not have a cap on this numbers in this table. So let's take a roll call vote on this, Krista.
Eric Bedell,
Abstain.
CJ Brockway,
Abstain.
Martin Connor, Michael Curtright,
Abstain.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
Abstain.
Scott Henderson, Chris Holliday, Luke Howard, are you there, Luke? Dwayne Johnlin, Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier, Eric Olman,
Yes.
Marina Rasputness,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Gavin Tenold,
No.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Amy Wheelis.
Abstain.
Okay, motion carries 6-2 with 6 abstentions.
Okay. Taking a look at the time and how much we have, I would like to, at this point, I would like to just get questions from all of you on what the proponent can work on, or concerns from you on what the proponent can work on these, on the first half of this, which is the efficiency packages. And then let's go through the load reduction packages as well later. So let's go through concerns and questions on the efficiency packages. Eric Vandermeer.
Okay, I just have a few editorial comments and things we need to work on. So I guess I'll start with that top paragraph, C406.1. We just talked about space conditioning level. That's not a defined term in the code. It is space conditioning category, I believe. So that would need to be corrected if that's the intent there. I think we need to add a sentence about core shell buildings. I think there may be other proposals that do that, though. There's obviously a lot of other proposals to correlate with here. I mentioned earlier that the credit system needs to either have an exception to clarify that existing buildings that are finishing their initial tenant improvements are under the same code cycle, or we got to figure out some way of dealing with that, especially with the switch in the weighting of the categories again. Moving down to section C406.21 dwelling unit HVAC control, it talks about dwelling and sleeping units, but the title says dwelling units, so there's definitely some clarifications to do that. The language in the sentence where it says where ventilation is provided by a separate system, it shall be turned off when the units are in unoccupied setback. That's in direct violation of the mechanical code and can't be written that way. So our mechanical code either requires continuous ventilation in residence or a maximum of 4 hours off, maximum cycle time 6 cycles per day, 4-hour cycle time with 50% on 50% off ventilation. So that section needs to be revised to be in accordance with our mechanical code for sure, because the mechanical code is going to take precedence over this. And it really probably should be divided between heating and cooling systems and ventilation systems, as that's how we're treating things in Washington. So some work to do in that section for enforceability. Moving down to section C406.2.2.2.1. There's a reference that air to water heat pumps do not have minimum efficiency requirements. There is now a table for air to water heat pumps in the code. So that is making the code less stringent than it currently is by having that statement in there. So those are just a few of the editorial comments that I saw right off the bat. Yeah, I guess when you're taking comments on load management later, I think is what you said. So I'll reserve those comments till later. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Those are great comments. Reed, did you, and Krista, did you take notes on those?
Yeah, I got some notes.
Great.
Thanks.
Other people have comments on the load reduction, the energy use reduction. Okay, I mean, everything else looks great. Shall we talk about load management then? Irina.
I think Eric had his hand up for this section.
Go ahead, Eric.
Oh, I guess just a couple minor comments on section C406.3.2. The term electric cooling is used. I'm not sure what electric cooling is. It's not really a defined term as far as I know. I don't know if that's tended to refer to mechanical cooling or whatnot. And then again, in item B, electric heating is used. Is that intended to refer to electric resistance heating or any heat pump heating? I think that term needs to be defined, or you know, we need to use broader language there. So space heating or something like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Irina.
I mean, part of the reason it says electric, for instance, if you've got gas heating, there's not an electric grid benefit to controlling that. So,
yeah, does that mean that we shouldn't do it though? So if it saves energy on the natural gas side, wouldn't we mandate it for all energy types? So
yeah, this is more of a demand reduction effort than an energy reduction effort. But yeah, we could change that. Okay, I'll give it some thought.
So I guess, yeah, I would just need to say like electric resistance heating or electric heat pump heating or heating space heating systems that use electric energy. I don't know, something broader.
Thanks, Eric. Irina.
Thanks. So I have some comments that were submitted by colleagues at City Light, and just read through them. So on 406.3.1, can there be a clause for turning off the lights rather than just dimming? It's there for warehouses, but maybe can apply to all building types. On 3.2 HVAC, should a time span be referred to, like 3 hours or maybe 15-minute increments every hour? And then on 406.3.6, hang on, this one's a little longer. It may be useful to consider including language that specifies, in quotes, when the service hot water should be preheated and stored. I can see a scenario where everyone is preheating to a higher temperature right before the peak and creating a shifted peak that occurs right before the original peak. This most likely wouldn't happen system-wide since not everyone has this control capability, but just something to consider. That's it.
I missed the second one there. What was that related to?
So the second one, it's, I think that I haven't had a chance to circle back to, I just got this emailed shortly before we started the conversation. The comment is, should a time span be referred to, such as 3 hours or 15-minute increments every hour? Just trying to think about what that might mean. And that is
okay. So that's for the load management for
like a load management.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that for HVAC or lighting or both?
It's for, that one was for HVAC.
Okay. Gotcha.
Thanks, Irina. David.
Yeah, on this, the load management section, my understanding is that you have to have a certain number of credits from an efficiency, and then separately you have to demonstrate compliance with a certain number of load management credits. Is that correct, or are they added together?
That is correct. They're separate. There's been concern from some sectors that we not dilute the energy efficiency or energy savings with the load management credits, so they are a separate requirement.
Mm-hmm.
As currently written. So.
Right. So, and then just given the limited number and that the intent is kind of ideally future-proof as much as possible, but you may be, you know, because it is optional which one you pick, maybe not directly steering people in what is, you know, collectively thought to be the best for each occupancy. Would it make more sense to not have these load management requirements as a credit option, but more just as built into the other parts of the code as other demand reduction requirements are.
You know, it might. The issue there is these are very easy to achieve if you've got a central DDC system. If you have distributed thermostats in a small building, may not be so easy to achieve, whereas some of the others might be a better idea for those smaller buildings. So it's, again, applicability.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, not all buildings will have a central DDC. I mean, even if, and then I do see a lot of the movement towards wireless networks to be able to support, you know, what you're talking about. Although I could definitely see some real advantages for requiring kind of built-in infrastructure, connectivity infrastructure, like data cabling among pieces of equipment, even if they don't include it. Data cabling is cheap to do upfront, but really costly later. But then again, if wireless is, you know, ultimately going to be available for all this, that's even questionable if that infrastructure is needed. So I guess I'm just struggling with this idea that we're going to add to the not only the additional complexity of this new proposal, a lot of some measures and kind of determining and evaluation just to fulfill this load management criteria. I think it'd just be great if there was just a, like, you have to do one of these and just specify which one for each occupancy. Be easier to implement. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess a little bit similar. What is the basis of the points in the table? And maybe
These are based on cost because they don't all necessarily save energy. Most of them do have an energy savings component, but some of them, like the chilled water storage, that is strictly a cost shift, assuming there's a higher price on peak or a demand charge that would spike by cooling during the peak cooling period. Either one of those could contribute to a higher energy cost. So they are cost-based, not energy or carbon-based, and they're based on the, I quote, national typical, if you will, time of use cost schedule that ASHRAE adopted as a generic schedule for this type of analysis.
Right. And it's 12 credits required. So there's only there's four items here: automatic shading in R2 and cooling energy storage in R2, and then service hot water storage in E and M. Those are the only four categories that you would have to do a second measure. All the rest of these, you just have to do one.
I think all of them you just have to do one unless something is slipped along the way. I could double check those numbers, but what we did is actually looked at the first two measures and picked the lower requirement of those two. And maybe I slipped up, but you have to kind of look at both ends of the document to check that. But that was the intention. Yeah, I believe that's the case. So in other words, between number 1 and number 2, we just picked whichever was lower because those were the lowest cost items to implement. So from a cost effectiveness point of view, and we do have some of that justification in there,
Okay, from items 1 and 2.
Right. So we just picked whichever was lower of those two. So you should be able to meet this by doing just one measure, unless you went and picked some different measures that weren't as high a score, in that case, you might have to do 2 to hit it. So.
Thanks, Mike. Patrick.
I agree with everything David Reddy said. Wholesale agreed that it's just, I don't think this belongs in C406. It's adding a whole nother section to C406. It's actually new code, and we could have it, but it shouldn't be in C406.
David?
Yeah, actually, I did want to offer, I guess, a suggestion on, sorry, the previous section, if that's okay, or unless we're going to come back and entertain other comments.
Go for it.
Yeah, so Eric, I agree with Eric on the ventilation, unoccupied ventilation control for group R. I wanted to offer the idea of having the switch connected to the window, the operable windows of in the dwelling units to set back the thermostat based on that. That's a measure we've seen done on a number of buildings already, and there's readily available equipment to do that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Lisa?
Hi, I've got a question for the proponent. I'm looking through like C406.2.6.2 service water heating energy recovery, and then also another one in reference to my question when you're looking at the lighting. Which one is that? Enhanced digital lighting controls. The thresholds for when these credits, when a project would be eligible for the credit has been reduced. So like for the enhanced digital lighting controls, the threshold is now 50% versus 90. Down in the water one, the threshold went from 60% to 30%. So I'm assuming that the credits, obviously they reflect those percentages. Just as a general question, what was the purpose of reducing those thresholds? And the next question would be, if a project opts to comply with, say, the service water energy heating energy recovery credit, and they provide, or they meet the criteria, for 60% or more, how are the credits then handled? Are they still just the limit is just 30%, or can you double it, or what's the intent for that?
Yeah, we didn't add an increase there. Frankly, this is talking about the service water heating recovery. This is typically done when you're recovering off of a chiller, right? So you need to have cooling load happening simultaneous with service water heating to make this work. I mean, there are other possible options like solar heating, solar panels and that sort of thing. And it is based on 30%. Now we could add, if there was a desire, we could add a multiplier. Oh, if you got 40%, you get 4/3 of it. But we didn't think that would occur that often to add that complexity here. Okay. We did include those proration factors on several measures where we felt it was appropriate. Frankly, I think for a chiller recovery, 60% was pretty darned aggressive and unlikely to be achieved in most buildings. Especially with all the other controls we have on economizers and that sort of thing. So that's why I reduced it down to that level, and the credits reflect the savings related to that.
Sure, and same question for the enhanced digital lighting controls. Again, it's been lowered from 90 to 50%. The basis of that taking it down to 50% is.
Yeah, originally in the original submittal, there was language that said, "Oh, do it for 90%, but oh, by the way, if you're less than that, then you could reduce the credits down." So we just flipped it around and said, "Oh, this is based on at least doing 50%, and then if you do more, you can do more." I got definite feedback from several lighting designers that 90% was pretty darn difficult to put in dimming in that much of the building. It's more like 75% is the typical max area where you'd want to spend the money on dimming. And so again, we base the credit on a 50%, and then you get to prorate up to as high as 90%.
I see. So someone could, in theory, accomplish more credits if they were able to meet that. And the only reason why I bring it up is because, you know, we're aware of quite a few projects that enhanced digital lighting controls credit was actually one of the more popular credits, or is one of the more popular credits under the 2018 code, where folks were achieving that higher percentage. So yeah, that was
and frankly, the old language was a little bit thin as far as providing savings. We've added this high-end trim tuning requirement that
I see that.
is frankly a little bit labor intensive to kind of guarantee that there's some savings to put in the bank. So it is a little bit more stringent measure now than it was. And we have reviewed it with some lighting designers, and I don't know, I think we've resolved some of their issues here, but we'll see in public comment.
Okay. Well, thanks for that explanation. And then the only other detail I was just going to mention, this is just a minor, is that where you make reference to occupancy types with regards to the R1 and R2, I would just recommend putting the word group in R1 and R2. It's just a minor edit. Thank you.
What, adding the word group? Okay.
Yeah, putting the word group in front of R1 or in group R2, or
gotcha,
when occupancy types are referenced.
Great, thanks, Lisa. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, as long as we have this section up. The unenhanced digital lighting controls, I am a little confused about the first sentence. I guess this is just something to clean up or clarify. The first sentence and the second sentence seem like they kind of say the same thing. And one talks about gross floor area, one talks about gross lighted floor area.
Yeah.
And then it gives.
Yeah, that could probably be cleaned up. I think gross lighted floor area is what we care about, which I'm not sure if it's defined in the Washington Code. I'd have to check. It's an ASHRAE definition, so I'll double check that.
But it seems like almost like the first sentence could go away almost.
Yeah, probably it is a little redundant, and part of that's working with the existing language. So, okay.
Okay, thanks. There have been not as many suggested edits as I was thinking there would be. So I was expecting Reed to need to convene a group to go through all the suggestions, but we don't have that many suggestions. So I guess what I'm thinking could happen is Reed takes all those notes today and comes back with the same proposal on August 13th. Does that seem like a reasonable path forward? And if so, somebody could make a motion to table this.
Although I mean, there's a group we met with initially. If anyone else, I probably will have a group meeting to review this and look for other suggestions between now and then. So if you are interested, email me reed.hart@pnnl.gov, and you know, we'll make sure that you have some eyes on the details.
Thanks, Reed. Patrick.
I make a motion that we table it to not next Friday, but the following one, because I won't be here next Friday, Shell.
Neither will I. None of us will be here next Friday, Patrick.
Really? On the 4th?
Nope. On the 6th. Nobody will be.
Oh, the 6th. Yes, the 6th. Good.
There's no tag meeting on the 6th.
Good, because I'm on an airplane, but I still make a motion that we table it till the next meeting.
Okay, do we have a second?
That was Amy, second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, further discussion. Okay, all in favor of tabling said motion or tabling the proposal, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay. All right, see you in 2 weeks, Reed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for an awesome, well put together proposal. Okay, so now we have 5 more C406 proposals that each are a little bit less substantive. I mean, in terms of the total changes to the thing. So let's go through those. The next one says Kirchner on it, but I think it's not Kirchner. I think it's Mark Frankel.
Could I
Sure.
propose that, I know we have a public commenter on 078. Could we go out of order and take his public comment?
Sure. You can make a motion to consider something out of order, and it requires a 2/3 majority, but we can do it.
All right, I move that we move to 078 next on the agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
I,
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I heard a nay. Kristen, do you hear a nay?
Yeah, one nay.
That's
nay.
not a tag member.
Okay. Okay, in that case, let's consider it out of order. Let's go to 078. Mark, Frankel, or Rahul, are you around? Or anybody that wants to talk about this one? Nicholas, go ahead.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this. My comments are on the economic analysis that are associated with this. And it just, I want to make sure that everyone understands sort of what the limitations are for distributed generation with regard to the compensation that someone who's an owner will get from a utility. So right now, this whole analysis is based upon the assumption that if you have a load of, let's say, 100 kilowatts and your rooftop generation produces 30, you only have to pay the utility for the difference between the two, which in this instance would be 70 kilowatt hours. And that's an accurate representation of how this works. And it's called net metering in the industry. And in fact, there is a state law that deals with net metering. But the state law also gives certain limitations to the amount of net metering that is required. First of all, you're not required to accept, a utility is not required to accept a facility greater than 100 kilowatts. And if you look at the economic analysis, there are 2 examples of facilities that are above that threshold. And so the amount of compensation that those 2 utilities, those 2 projects would get could be very different and very much lower than the assumed 9 cents a kilowatt hour. The other limitation is that cumulatively, a utility only has to accept a certain amount of rooftop solar or distributed generation. And once it reaches a threshold, then it doesn't have to accept anymore. And if you look at the Department of Commerce, they have a listing of how different utilities are progressing towards that threshold. And typically most are somewhere between 25 and 75% of the way there, but you do have at least one that's above the threshold, and they in fact change their tariffs, so they're not paying the full net metering value for the rooftop solar. And I would expect that other utilities would follow suit if this was to be put in place. The larger facilities would not get the full 9 cents, and once a utility meets their threshold, they wouldn't be paying that either. So what would they be paying? Most likely it would be the wholesale power price. And as an example, what that might look like, BPA recently, as in I think 2 days ago, reestablished a wholesale power price that they sell to utilities. And it's on the order of 3.5 cents a kilowatt hour, which is obviously a substantial reduction to the 9 cents that are assumed here. The other thing is even the 9 cent number was, I believe, generated by looking at EIA data, which is Energy Information Agency data. It's part of the U.S. Department of Energy, and by my calculation, they added up the entire amount of revenue that Washington utilities received from commercial and residential customers, and divided that by the total number of energy that was provided to those customers. But as everyone knows, there's more than energy as part of your bill. You also have a fixed monthly bill. And that fixed monthly bill, when you average it across all utilities, is like $19.90. And so that's per month. So the actual per kilowatt hour savings you would get is closer to 7.5 cents per kilowatt hour rather than the 9 cents per kilowatt hour. And why that's important is because instead of having a 16-year payback, you'd have something closer to a 20-year payback, which leads to my third concern, and that is that it doesn't, this analysis doesn't include the fact that a major component of the rooftop solar system is inverters, and they need to be replaced approximately every 10 years. And the cost of replacing inverters aren't included in this analysis. And if they were, obviously it would increase the cost and increase the life of the payback. So I'm very worried about the analysis. I think it may make this proposal look more economically viable than it really is. And I thought that you all should understand that some of the challenges that utilities face would flow back to the people who may buy or install one of these systems. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Nicholas. Thanks for joining us. I'm just going to bring us back for a second. Normally this tag hasn't considered proposals when the proponent is not present. And Mark Frankel is not present to hear your testimony, Nicholas, or respond to it. So your testimony is on record now. So when we consider this, that will be part of the consideration. Does anybody have any questions for Nicholas? David Reddy, I saw your hand up. I also saw Gavin's hand up, but they're both down by now.
Chair Anderson, would it be helpful for me to file written comments?
Those are helpful. I mean, live testimony is great because then we can ask you questions.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the proponent is not in the virtual room, so I mean, I think your verbal comments are definitely taken, and this is recorded, so it's part of the record. I think I'll reach out to Mark and pass along your comments. I just sent him an email and asked if he could join us now, but I haven't heard back from him. So yeah, submitting written comments are, yeah, if it's not too much trouble, that would probably help bridge the gap.
I'd be happy to. I'm new to this process, so I apologize for taking too much time. But
no, that was great.
When would you want those comments by?
We're not convening again for another 2 weeks after today. So anytime in the next 2 weeks would be great. And if it's a couple days before August the 13th, that'd be helpful so that Mark can read them and perhaps respond to them, or at least be prepared to talk about any responses you might have.
And we do have your written comments that we received a couple of days ago up on the website as well.
Oh, okay. I will supplement those then. Thank you.
Eric?
I guess on this proposal, we will have to correlate this with the other proposals with C406. So just a note on that.
Yeah. Yep. And just because we haven't considered proposals when the proponent is not around, I suggest that we table this one and move on.
Table.
We have a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I don't see anybody's hand up, so I'm assuming there's no further discussion. All in favor of tabling, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, 078 is tabled. So let's move back to 146. There's no, it was 146 also, it's a Mark Frankel one. So 230, is Aaron around? Krista, I'm recalling an email chain with Aaron earlier, and you remember what may have been said?
I'm not recalling it off the top of my head.
Yeah, Aaron, you're not here, correct? Of course, you're not going to answer if you're in here. Okay. Lisa.
This is just a general comment or maybe question. I don't know if Reed is still online, but early in his presentation, he commented that they used a particular schema for developing the credits or the credit weighting for each strategy. And so is the understanding that if we eventually vote to approve Reed's proposal, that schema would be used to assign credit weighting for all these new C406 ideas that we're going to be evaluating?
I think that's a really good point, and I meant to say something like that at the beginning of discussions of C406, that as the tag adopts more things, the table will need to be updated slightly, and we'll vote on something that's probably 90% there with the table, 95% there, but the underlying rationale and modeling will be used to assign more final numbers to it, and that probably will not happen for the tag to consider by August 20th, because we're going to be voting on lots of stuff between now and then. So I think that's an assumption, and I don't know how formal we would need to make that. I think that would be probably part of any motion to approve Reed's C406 option.
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly prepared to, help integrate into a common proposal, any other things you vote on. It's very easy for us, given kilowatt hour and therm savings by prototype or by use group, to come up with the points. It might be more challenging in a short time frame to do a new analysis. So we would encourage the proponents to already have some sort of savings analysis done.
Gary.
Real quickly, I think there's just a little bit of mistake. Stop right there. The GPI 146 additional efficiency, that is not Kirschner.
Yeah,
I think that's the Frankel.
Yeah,
the Kirschner is actually 140, I believe, which is shown down below. So just a correction there.
Yep. Good point. Okay, so Aaron Whitlatch and Mark Frankel are not here today. That leaves Deniston. Sean, are you here?
Diane was supposed to take over for this one.
Okay.
Sean is not here, but I am here to represent NBI.
Welcome, and go ahead and outline this for a minute or two.
Great. So as you know, C406 currently requires new buildings to following the prescriptive pathway to achieve energy savings by earning a certain number of additional efficiency points. Washington State has in the past made amendments to C406 to achieve even greater savings in new buildings. With the adoption of the statewide building performance standard in Washington, it is critical that Washington utilize this section to require additional savings for work conducted in existing buildings. Washington has already closed gaps to address additions and low energy buildings being upgraded, but a gap still exists for alterations. So this proposal addresses alterations because energy improvements implemented as part of a large alteration are far more cost effective than improvements implemented as a standalone project. This amendment would therefore encourage more buildings to meet the state building performance standards cost effectively. The proposal requires that alterations achieve the same 6 points required for additions, changes in space conditioning, and changes of occupancy. However, the proposal adds a new exception that excludes limited scope alterations. This is defined as level 1 and level 2 alterations, using definitions from the International Existing Building Code. These alterations, the exception is for level 1 and level 2 alterations that only impact one major building system, envelope, mechanical, water heating, or lighting. This exception will exclude alterations that are small in scope or small in area and will make it more likely that Washington State's energy code does not violate federal preemption standards. It ensures that any project would have the choice, for example, to either reduce lighting power or improve HVAC or water heating performance, rather than explicitly requiring efficiency levels for HVAC or water heating above federal minimum levels. So Shell, that was my sort of introduction to the amendment, and open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you. So this then just includes alterations and then accepts them according to a defined standard. Are there questions or comments about this one? Eric?
I guess I'd recommend a pointer in somewhere in chapter 5 in our existing buildings to this section, and make sure that that correlation is in the code so that people find this section, because they're going to go straight to chapter 5, and if there's no pointer they won't find this. So. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Other comments on this? Mike Kennedy.
I feel like the definitions for level 1 and level 2, and I suppose level 3, but should be maybe brought over and be part of this code. If we're going to do this, it seems like, I mean, I did look them up, and they're like single sentence definitions, so it would be easy to bring them over. Yeah.
That sounds great. Would they be in the definitions then, Mike, do you think? Or would they be?
Yes. Well, they could be incorporated right into this language, I think.
Okay.
I think there might be, they're a little ambiguous to me, to be honest, but I think either as a definition or incorporated into section 3.
If they're single sentence, it seems like you could include them, yeah, in the credit language. David Reddy.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with these terms for alteration classification. So this is, and we've talked about on other proposals how challenging it is to set requirements based on some level of alteration. So I think this would be useful for our code, and maybe considered for other portions, other things that we've already talked about.
So up on the screen, just so we have proposal 195 and proposal 100, and I guess since they cover, somewhat the same thing, but let's do 100 first, which is the one on the right. So I guess if we added the definition from the IEBC of level 1 or 2 in there, are there any other comments on this? And then put a pointer in chapter 5 back to this section. Are there other comments that we
Could
have?
I share my screen to show level 1, 2, and 3 definitions?
Sure. Yeah, please.
Do you see that?
Yep. We see it.
Is Dwayne on this call still?
He had to leave for a couple hours. He should be back any minute now.
He had some strong opinions about the ambiguity of these alteration levels.
I think I recall that in the context of the one of the space heating or water heating proposals, and that was based on the substantial alterations definition in the Seattle Energy Code, and how it's been challenging to gauge that. This, because that did have some financial criteria to it, this is pretty clearly just limited to like the area of the building, which I think is simpler. But the work area, I haven't looked at the definition of work area to know if there's something loaded in that term.
I could go look for it.
Mike, is this from the 2018 code? Because the language is a little different in the 2021.
Ah, okay, this is the 2018, yes. Sorry, good.
Oh.
So you have the 2021, Krista? Or is that Diane?
Yeah, this is Krista.
Well, maybe you should,
You want me to pull that up instead?
yeah.
So you can see they added an exception in for the 2021.
Is there still a level 3 definition?
There's a big gap between level 2 and level 3, a big difference. And just from a language standpoint, it seems, or from a scope standpoint, it seems like if you say anything other than a level 1 or level 2, there's still a big difference between that and something that is not a level 3. Just based on
3 is
what
not
it's-
proposed as being an exception, right, in the proposal? It's just level 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's correct, Mike. Only level 1 and level 2 alterations that only affect one of the 4 systems: lighting, water heating, envelope, and sorry, there's one more. Yeah, those would be the only ones that would be accepted.
About one or more sections of?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
So if you're making, needing compliance with more than one section, it wouldn't apply. So should it be one or more of the?
No, I think it's correct as written. In other words, if only one of those sections requires a permit, then it's an exception. If it required 2 of those, then it would not be an allowed exception from C406.
Correct.
Yeah, but if couldn't you say you're complying with the section because I'm not changing out any of my lighting or something, and so therefore I'm complying with it? Because there's nothing that triggers work in any of those sections. So if I'm not touching my domestic hot water system, I complied with it.
No, it's only if you're doing an alteration and you're only touching one of the sections. So if you're only doing envelope work, or you're only doing mechanical work, or you're only doing water heating work, or you're only doing lighting work, then in a level 1 or 2, so less than 50% of the building, then you would be exempted from the requirement to have additional efficiency credits.
But that's not what it says when you read that. It doesn't say you have to do anything. It just says you're complying with the section. It doesn't actually say you have to do something.
This is Lisa. I have a comment or question, actually.
Go ahead.
If the definition is, so if I'm reading this correctly, then this would only be required for an alteration that falls under the definition of a level 3. And the definition of a level 3 is a single sentence in that code. Wouldn't it be more direct to just state in the energy code versus all this level 1, level 2 pointing to another document? Couldn't we be a little bit more direct with this? Or am I missing something about the nuances here?
Yeah, Lisa, it would apply to level 1 and level 2 alterations if those alterations affect more than one system. So if they affected envelope and mechanical, or mechanical and water heating, or lighting and envelope, then they would have to comply with the requirement.
I see. Thanks for that clarification.
I think I see a way to make it clear. Right now, it says only requiring compliance with one of the sections, but if it only was struck and it said requiring compliance with 2 or more of these sections, I think that would be clearer and mean the same. It would say the same thing, but it would be clearer. So if it said level 1 or 2 alterations as defined in the internationally existing building code requiring compliance with 2 or more of sections. Is that clear?
Well, could we go again? I'm looking for language that is maybe a little bit less ambiguous. We just indicate a level 1 or 2 alteration
only one,
where the scope of the project only involves one discipline or something like that. Something that's a little bit more direct. So we're not talking about whether you have to comply with those sections. This what's the scope of the project? Isn't the threshold we're talking about?
I need to revise what I said earlier. I'm sorry but I think if we strike the word only, it's fine. Requiring compliance with only one of the sections C402. I think that's just clearer to say requiring compliance with only one of sections.
The applicable sections, I mean, you have to be doing work in that section, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Can we refer to the scope of the project or something like that?
That's the work area is the term that's used, right? And
yeah. So now people have to go over and they have to have access to this code to be able to go and look up the definition for a work area. Again,
I mean, that's kind of the problem with the work area thing in the level 3 is that you're just gonna break up your project into smaller projects, right? To avoid being level 3.
Exactly. I mean, I just think we could handle this more directly, I think.
This language doesn't actually reference level 3.
No, it doesn't.
There's nothing in this language that, I mean, level 2 mentions 50%. Level 1 doesn't. So as written, alterations that include, basically the replacement of the lighting fixtures and the HVAC equipment would be level 1,
Yeah.
even if it was all of the equipment.
Dwayne,
Oh, I'm sorry, I had to be gone for 2 hours to talk to a bunch of architects. I'd just like to put in my sourpuss comment on this and related proposals that it's a difficult problem that many people have been trying to solve for quite a while now, to do additional energy efficiency requirements for alterations, and nobody's really managed to do a good job of making it proportionate to the work being done consistently. And so one other option to consider on this is just to vote to disapprove the whole concept of requiring C406 credits for alterations projects until such time as it really is a clear, viable concept that is going to be proportionate for all kinds of alterations.
that wasn't a motion, was it, Dwayne? It was.
I could certainly make it a motion, but I just wandered into this discussion when it was already underway.
Okay, I was just asking. Lisa?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Dwayne. Another group had convened prior to, when the proposals were due, and put a lot of time and effort into figuring out how to handle this in a way that was reasonable and fair for alteration projects. And it was clear that, defining appropriate thresholds was really important. And, this doesn't get to, in my opinion, a granular enough level and really to be able to handle the complexity of adding this to an alteration. So I would be leaning in the direction that Dwayne is suggesting, which would be to vote to disapprove.
Okay, is that a motion?
Sure, I'm going to vote to disapprove.
Second.
Make a motion to disapprove.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Further discussion on this proposal. Okay, all in favor of the motion, which is to disapprove, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion is disapproved. Mike Kennedy, I think you're up next. Lisa, you have your hand raised.
Yep.
I think Mike has the floor.
And I can see a similar reception for this proposal.
Probably.
This is a proposal that's very similar to the last one. It does not require full compliance. It requires a reduced number of credits. And it sets a handful of trigger levels depending on what's being replaced that are just based on the somewhat vague 80% of heating and cooling equipment serving the area. So if you scroll down a little bit, Krista, you can see the table. And I tried to set this up for the building and the contiguous tenant area, and then just a partial area, kind of like the work area described in the previous document. And the idea that building would have the easiest situation to make more of the credits apply at a building level, whereas a tenant space wouldn't have access to as many of the credits. So that's what this is. Have at it, Dwayne.
Oh, I'll let somebody else go first.
That would be Lisa.
Okay, sure. Well, I'll weigh in on this, and I'll say that that the positive of this proposal is it at least attempt to make to set some relatively clear thresholds, and so I appreciate that. The other proposal, and so I'm viewing this in a more positive light. So I would like to hear the opinions of other TAG members.
Patrick.
Well, it's better than what we currently have, and it is defined. And it is, Mike, you did a pretty good job of what kind of goes on in a lot of these alterations or TIs. You know, they don't touch the envelope, but they do this type of work.
Dwayne.
Well, I have the same kind of general overall concerns that although this pins things down better than previous proposal did, I'm kind of surprised that my engineer friends have not piled on this one, because it doesn't say of the heating and cooling equipment capacity or annual use or number of pieces of equipment or how, you know, how things are apportioned. So for me as a code official to like sort through if they've gone over this, you know, somebody's gone over this threshold is tough. Patrick says it's better than what we have, but we don't have anything now. We don't have any C406 requirement for an alteration. This is supposed to be for a substantial alteration. And so, yeah, once you've done more than 80% of the heating and cooling, then that's becoming a big deal. But yeah, I'd like to hear from the engineers about if they know how this would work out.
Well, I think you make a good point, Dwayne, about the lighting fixtures. I mean, it is lighting fixtures. It could be, instead of lighting fixtures, it could be lighting power. I'm not opposed to that. I think that might be better. And certainly on the heating and cooling equipment, it probably should be heating and cooling capacity or equipment capacity serving the area.
There should it be an and or an or there? So I don't know.
You mean between 1 and 2?
No, I mean there. I mean, but it's just hard. It's hard when you're dealing with central systems, right? When you start talking capacity, are we talking fan coils? Are we talking the central plant capacity now needs to get uprated, or?
Well, the intent was the actual heating and cooling equipment, not the coil.
Is the central plant type equipment you're saying?
If you change the plant.
Right. But what if you're a zonal system and you have no plant, I guess? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
Ideally, it wouldn't trigger it, I don't think.
Okay.
And Raj?
Yep. That might need to be somehow handled.
And you're muted.
I'm double muted. Super secret double probation. Eric made almost exactly the same point I was going to make. That, you know, it's clearly a good if you're replacing 90% of the system capacity because you're replacing a central boiler. Great. If you're similarly replacing all of the equipment out in the plant, you know, or in the building, that should also be a substantial alteration. If you're only touching part of the distributed equipment, that gets gray area, right? You're still connecting to an old boiler plant. You'd want to get clear about what you mean and maybe even separate this out by central plant and distributed style systems, like to really spell it out. Right now, you know, for Seattle, it's a little bit of a judgment call, and it's primarily taken to mean, you know, large scale equipment, not necessarily you're replacing 7 of the radiators of the system.
I guess from the engineering side, is there a way to clean this up so it reflects all of what you said, or is it just an impossible task to do so?
It's a little judgment call. So to do it without leaving any gray area would require very precise wording and probably more definitions in the code talking about boiler and chiller plants versus boiler and chiller equipment. There's also a definition you've got to do for capacity serving the area. You know, so like, let's say we're replacing a third of a building. Okay, let's make it 80% of the building, so it falls in line here of the terminal equipment. That would be what we call the not central plant equipment. If you're replacing 80% of it, great. If you're replacing 75% of it, does that mean you're off the hook so you get to keep everything? It's this is why it's such a gray area, right?
I'm also concerned about the definition of contiguous tenant space. You know, it's not intuitively obvious without a definition somewhere what that means.
So maybe single tenant space.
Well, then there's this other one that says partial greater than 5,000 below it. That's different.
Yeah, that would be a much finer increment, a much smaller area. So it would be like, hey, we're redoing all the equipment in one small area, but within a bigger building or tenant space.
I think it's all too subjective. Subjective code is not good code.
David, ready?
Yeah, I see a lot of challenges with determining, I agree with the comments made. I mean, there is the parallel kind of requirement by Commerce for the clean building standard that is intended to address existing buildings as well. So hopefully we can rely on that to address, existing buildings as we move forward, rather than trying to deal with it through permitting. I just feel like that's a better place to address this issue.
Okay. I guess the question is to everybody is this fixable, or is this just never going to be fixable in this code cycle? So,
I mean, you could try to just make it based purely on the size of the project and what they're doing. So if you're doing a tenant improvement that's greater than X thousand square feet, then you have to do this many points.
I think I'm going to make a motion to disapprove on the reason that it's far too subjective, and that what Shell just said, that it's probably too much work to try and fix it, that it was a good stab, but not good enough for prime time.
to be honest, I just asked a question. There may have been an answer implied in the question, but it was just a question I asked. Is there a second for Patrick's motion to disapprove?
Second.
We have a second. Motion and a second. Further discussion. Mike McGivern.
Yeah, I can't find table C503.8 in the integrated draft. So I don't know what that's an incorrect reference or.
This would be a new table. This whole section would be new.
Okay, got it.
Lisa?
Yeah, a couple minutes. So it does seem like, if this motion dies, we would proceed. Then I think the title would be more accurate if it says substantial alterations to existing building systems. That was what we're talking about here, just to find nuance. And then the other part to address, I think it was David Reddy's comment, when there was discussion about putting forward this type of proposal in reference to the Clean Buildings Act. The thought was that, if a project is undergoing an alteration now, prior to the Clean Buildings Act going into effect, this is just going to guide building owners into doing alterations that will already get them there, so that they don't end up, 3-4 years down the road having to do additional upgrades to their building to meet the criteria for clean buildings. So that was part of the rationale, is my understanding. And Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, I think that was part of it. And the other part being that we have all these C406 and C407 compliance paths that have people doing, some parts of their building higher than the kind of the code minimums from the other chapters. And as soon as they go and alter the building, those improvements go away. So it was an attempt to capture.
All right, shall we vote? Are there any more comments? Dwayne?
I just wanted to finish by saying that, nobody else, as far as I know in the country, has taken on the Seattle concept of substantial alterations. I think precisely because even after decades, it's still defined as substantially extending the physical or economic life of the building, which ends up being a judgment call that somebody in the department has to make. And so I can see that this is a different attempt at trying to make it less of a judgment call, but still, it's pretty fuzzy.
Okay, all in favor of disapproving what you see on the screen, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we kicked the can down the road. Next cycle. This gets us past all of our key issue discussions for today, with the exception of the ones that we didn't have the proponents here to talk about. We still have lots of other things, but per the tabled motion earlier, we're going to go back to our original agenda and go back to like those, I don't know, the fourth or fifth item on there. I think it was DOAS tempering perhaps, or around there. In the meantime, I would love it to not have to go into October with these meetings. And I think we're on the verge of going into October. I would love it if Reed would be so kind as to talk to the other C406 proponents. And if you look under section 6 of the agenda, there are, I don't know, 15 or 20 other C406 proposals, and coordinate with them such that if we voted on Reed's proposal in the future, most of those would have been absorbed into Reed's proposal, or Reed's proposal would have subsumed some of those or aligned with those, so that we don't have to go through all 15 or 20, but instead are presented with a path forward for C406. I would love if that happened.
So are you volunteering me to do that?
Well, I'm just stating.
Yeah, I did walk through them to see which ones were already covered, and I can at least shoot some emails out and see if they'd be agreeable and that sort of thing. And I'll also invite them. We'll probably have a couple meetings between now and 2 weeks from now to just finalize what I've got. So
the challenge with that, Shell, is if that main proposal doesn't get pulled out or gets opposed at the next level, then do all the other proposals die with it, right? So, I mean, if the MVE committee says no to going over the carbon metric, that's too complicated, do we want all those proposals tied to that? And so,
it maybe you want to make a consolidated, I would call it a clarification proposal rather than, that's separate. I mean, there's a proposal in there to bump all the credits by 1.5. That's probably more than I would want to attach on my proposal.
Yeah.
Because that might be rejected. So.
Did we miss proposal 230? That was up in the top agenda portion.
230, we haven't. I don't see agenda. I don't see it in the top.
Was it 230? Maybe I have the wrong number. Hold on.
Yeah, that was the Aaron Whitlatch, and we didn't get anybody that wanted to speak to it at the time.
Oh, okay. I must have been out on that one. So yeah, I could speak to that if we want to cover that quickly. It just reorganizes that first section of C406 to, instead of have exceptions, to just have a list of things of ways to comply, which makes the whole section much simpler.
We can go to that, but before we spend too much time, I want to have a strategy, and I guess, Eric, you've been through the MV committee more times than I have. If you're saying that if Reed revises the proposal and incorporated the other ones, or got to consensus with the other ones, and we voted that forward, and others then withdrew their proposals because Reed's had their logic.
Yeah, if someone challenges the economic impact analysis on Reed's proposal at any time in the public process, then and you can't resolve the cost impact analysis for that proposal, then then the council could take a different direction on that, and it could remove a whole section of the code. And I don't know, it's definitely very challenging of how we deal with the bits and pieces compiling with the major proposals along the way here.
Okay, so then maybe another way to do it would be as we go through, we have Reed's proposal on the right, and then we have whatever proposal is being made on the left, and then we can kind of just compare them and figure out the best language. I guess I'm just trying to expedite things for the next meeting where we talk about this.
Well, this is Lisa. I have a couple thoughts about this. If there are proposals, separate proposals in the list that are essentially the same or very, very similar to what is being presented in Reed's proposal, then that could be expedited in the sense that we can say, okay, this particular proposal is substantially similar. Therefore, if we accept Reed's proposal, then we also accept this one, so that if Reed's proposal is then approved, it gets all the way through, then the other one is withdrawn. But I think any proposal in there, obviously, that's different, that's not a part of Reed's original proposal, should be evaluated individually on its standalone merit.
Okay.
That way it kind of addresses what Eric's talking about, where we don't run the risk of just kind of losing the whole thing. I mean, I appreciate the interest in trying to be expedient about all this, but we also want to make sure that we don't lose some good ideas here.
Okay, sounds good. Eric, you have the floor, and we're going to talk about Aaron's proposal.
Yeah, sorry I missed this earlier when we were going to this proposal, but this essentially just restructured C406 to align with the current interpretations under the 2015 code for C406. So, it's clearly just an area weighted average to meet the minimum number of credits per square foot of floor area. It's not necessarily just conditioned floor area as per the current interpretations. And then we just have a list of different options that you can comply with. So one is conditioned spaces and semi-heated spaces need to achieve the minimum of 6 credits. Of course, that would have to be adjusted based on the new credit terminology if we adopt that. Or I guess we have decided to move forward with that. And then unconditioned open parking garages and closed parking spaces, low energy spaces are then achieving the lower number of 3 credits. Again, this is just an editorial proposal that doesn't push forward the number of credits, so that would be adjusted. And then, discrete areas of buildings shall be permitted to apply to different credit packages. So as we were saying, if we have an area that we want to make more sustainable because we think we can get a higher rent out of it, like in an apartment building, so the top 5 floors of a high rise, are doing more sustainable measures because they can get a higher rent for those, that they can take different areas of the building and chop it up to pursue different number of credits. So this is kind of the way to create a list of different options of how to comply instead of using the exceptions approach. So that's the basic terminology. This could be applied to the previous proposals that we looked at for 206 and part of their process to incorporate this if we like this direction on how the language is written. So anyways, that is the clarification that we would like to see for the codes.
Thanks, Eric. Mike?
Yeah, I was just curious, Eric, how are parking garages complying? I mean, is that all lighting, or they're just taking credits from other parts of the building?
Lighting and PV are good options for parking garages, yes.
Okay. Not much else they can do.
Yep. But
A
yeah,
little
with
fan
the
power
area weighted
reduction.
average, you can obviously trade it off and you only have to get 3 credits in those spaces. So.
Right.
You could do it. Yeah. So lighting and PV are the big ones.
Right. And then if lighting is slightly less valuable, and well, it depends on what is it, all other? The all other category is used?
Correct. All other categories for the points.
Oh. Okay.
And again, we can choose to change the code. We were just trying to align with the current opinions of the council. So, you know, we could choose to specifically exclude open parking garages and enclosed, or clarify that somehow. You know, right now this is trying to align with the opinions of the State Building Code Council. So.
Right. And in the Reed's C406, the lighting credit and all other are slightly larger relative to the required credits. So that would be an even more a viable path. Okay, thanks.
David, ready?
Actually, can I make?
Go ahead,
Can we-
Lisa.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this proposal.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. David, ready?
Oh, I guess I was just going to comment. Just to clarify, Eric, your interpretation and the intent of this is to allow just that your unconditioned spaces, that the spaces that require fewer number of credits can be weight averaged. So you more or less create a weight average target for the building based on all the different occupancies, and then you weight average the credits provided, and as long as your provided credits are greater than the target, you're good?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Henry, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, it just seems to me like the interpretation from SBCC is a bit of a loophole in terms of C406, especially when it relates to credits within a single occupancy. I mean, to use the multifamily example specifically, it's basically saying the higher rent get better systems, which equals lower utility bills, which would imply a pretty serious equity issue for low-income tenants if they're paying for, say, expensive hot water, while as the high market rate renters get heat pump water heating. Just want to bring that up.
Thanks, Henry. Krista.
I still have a real problem with saying you need a minimum number of 6 credits per square foot of floor area.
Yes, you're saying.
I think that needs to be reworded a little bit, just.
So it should just say 6 credits, not per square foot.
Right. Okay. Good catch.
That's a lot of credits, even for me.
Or the associated floor area or something.
Well, if you just strike out per square foot of floor area.
Yeah, there you go.
And then the same with number 2 and number 3.
I can just chime in. The thinking with per square foot of floor area really underscores what an area rated average actually is. If you're thinking of credits in absolute, but you're mixing 6 for some area and 3 for some areas, then you end up with this weird situation where for your overall building, you're actually trying to achieve like 5 credits. And in reality, that is 5 credits per square foot of floor area. That's what in action, like that is what it is.
I'm not worried about that. Once you say area weighted average, then you're talking about the area times the credits for each area.
That's fair. It's like over explaining it.
Yeah.
Krista, you still have your hand up? Do you have any further thoughts? David Reddy, you have your hand up. Further thoughts?
Yeah, to kind of follow up on Henry's point, I mean, one of the challenges with applying this has been, like, for example, if you break up your multifamily building into corridors and dwelling units, and you're utilizing a central heat pump water heating system, do the corridors get the credits for the central heat pump water heating system? If say,
No, they don't. Once you break it up, they don't get those credits. So you can play it both ways, where you lump the corridors in, but then you have to follow the same number of measures throughout the whole thing. So for example, if you're not going to serve your corridors with the DOAS system, you can't get the DOAS credit that you're getting in for your residences in under the 2015 code, right? So you already basically, if you're going to do DOAS in your residential units, and you already have to break out your corridors unless you're doing DOAS in your corridors, right? So you got to follow the credits for that whole area.
So I've got a question here. And I was unfamiliar with this interpretation that you could break up one use group into smaller areas. So for instance, for the multifamily lighting credit, that only applies to corridors and common spaces, because that's the only place there's an LPD requirement. And so that's prorated based on a typical building in an apartment building. So basically, if you apply that to the corridors, you're getting shortchanged, because it should be a much higher number per square foot. And the flip side is, if you're trying to take credit for it somewhere else where it doesn't apply, I don't know. It's like kind of the basis of the thinking when we looked at things like that, especially in these, the residential buildings where it gets to be an issue, is that we did look at, well, what's a typical, floor plate corridor area and common space area, so I don't know if we need to consider how that plays into this or not. The heat pump water heater is probably also an example. That's based on the credit applies to the whole building based on there being 80% area of apartments, and a certain size apartment on average. And of course, the prototypes are always, they're averages. They aren't for the specific.
Yeah, it's all random numbers.
Yeah. So, well,
they're close approximations, but yeah, I mean, the way these buildings are really built is, especially if you're in a mixed use building, yeah, I mean, we have lots of uses in them.
Right.
We have lots of different systems in different areas in them. And, we have dining halls in the middle of, a residential building, right? And for like a student housing, I mean, they're complicated buildings, and it's hard to apply this generalized code section to those buildings, period. We want buildings with data centers in them that are residential, right? Those are the buildings we want, because we can use the data center to heat the whole building. So,
Lisa.
Yeah, I appreciate comments on this. We definitely deal with a lot of things about this. I think this is one of those areas in the code where you're going to have some buildings where it's going to look like maybe this is, not as fair, one building type, but then in another building type, it might be beneficial. So, there might not be, equity across all building types. But like one example where we've definitely seen folks take advantage of or utilize this is in like a high school where, you've got very different types of spaces throughout that overall building. And the designers that we've spoken with have said that they do appreciate the ability to apply different credits to different types of areas within that high school because they're so different. So my only comment is that this is perhaps will not be equitable across all build types, but across the board, it actually provides more flexibility to the industry.
Thanks, Lisa. We should,
So item 3 could have an additional sentence that we would be willing to go back and craft that says something like, you know, all areas broken out shall be able to achieve all credits in that area or something like that. But so you basically got to break it out into chunks where you're achieving the credits in that area. So I don't know.
But that's not what you wanted, right, Eric? You wanted to be able to do a weighted average, right?
Well, it's like, can you claim DOAS if you don't have DOAS in your residential corridor, but you have it in your residential units? And can you lump the corridor in with that? I would say no, based on the current code.
okay, so it sounds like we need to work on this, and I
do we really have to go back to it?
I know.
I don't really see a need to break. I don't see why, if you break out an area, why you would need to keep that area together for the purposes of achieving everything. Like if you want to do a lighting credit for your entire building, and then it only made sense for you to do more efficient HVAC for half of that area, it doesn't make sense to keep all of it together. And it doesn't really align with the intent of C406 by doing an area weighted average. It seems to me like in the 2018 code, basically you're allowing to break different parts of the building out and achieve different additional energy efficiency credits that, based on the point total, it doesn't really matter which parts of the building you're actually applying these to, because if I know that there's been a lot of discussion on this, but if the points are allocated appropriately, it doesn't matter which part of the building you're breaking out these areas into, right? Like the overall goal is to just hit this area weighted average number. And I don't think it makes sense to put more limits on tracking your different areas exactly the same way throughout the building. That kind of like is against the point of an area weighted average in the first place. Like for the envelope, you don't need to do these really regimented like ways of tracking the same areas of your envelope. I'm not sure that's a great comparison, but I don't see the point in doing that.
Lisa, do you want to amend your motion to include the markups on the screen?
Sure, I'll make a motion to.
We already have a motion in a second, I believe.
Okay, I would like. Sorry, I would like to amend my motion to approve this proposal as amended on the screen.
Concur.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor of what we see on the screen, the motion that Lisa made, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Hold on, nay.
Okay, let's do a let's do a roll call vote.
Eric Bedell,
I'm gonna have to abstain from this one.
CJ Brockway,
Aye.
Michael Kurtwright, Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Gary Hickinen,
Same.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Alan Montpelier, Eric Olnon, Marina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Abstain.
Sean Vick,
Yes.
Amy Willis.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-1 with 4 abstentions.
And we still have a quorum.
Woohoo. Even at this late hour. All right, we passed something. That's cause for celebration. Okay, so that gets us through our key issues. Even though we missed a couple. Is Mark Frankel on the line? No. Okay. So that gets us back to DOAS tempering.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I had to race for my mute button.
Ah, Mark Frankel is here. So we then can go to 146. Actually, no, let's I guess 146 would be in order to go through that. So let's go through 146. 146 is basically, Mark, are you able to talk about it?
I am. Tee it up, please.
Yep.
I mean, I can't see anything. I'm on the phone only. So can you just tee it up verbally, briefly, and then I will talk about it?
Yep. So see, so basically it changes the number of credits required from 6 to 9 in the main section, and then it changes low energy spaces from 3 to 5, and then in tenant spaces from 6 to 9. That's a really quick version of it, but it is a fairly concise proposal.
Yeah, this is just to increase the stringency of the code. So it's pretty straightforward. We are not necessarily on track to meet our targets for the state targets. So this is an option to increase that ratio.
Okay. Patrick.
My question would be, have you applied this practically to multiple projects to see if you can achieve these credits? For example, I do a lot of storage facilities, and we have quite a challenge to get to 6 credits because they just don't have much going on in them. They're storage facilities. So that would be my curiosity, like a tenant improvement to get to 9 credits, when maybe your tenant improvement's only 2,000 square feet, doesn't have a lot of systems, doesn't have a whole lot going on. 6 credits is 9 credits would be a pretty steep hill. So my question, the main question is, have you applied this to multiple projects practically in practice?
I haven't applied it to storage units TI, that's for sure. So I don't know how that would go. I assume you could use some solar to increase your score as well. But no, I don't have a full range of experience with every project type to verify.
Fair answer.
Other comments? And just as a recap, when we looked at the table in Reed's proposal, we did not vote the thing forward, but we changed the way credits are going to be displayed. But that proposal doesn't increase efficiency. It simply just rescores the existing options and adds a few others. Okay, Eric Vanderman.
Sorry, tired talking, forgot to take myself off mute. I guess in general, yeah, I think we're going to need to increase the number of credits. I think we need to take a hard look at, based on the last proposal, what are the different categories we want and how many credits we need in each of those categories. For example, parking garages and unconditioned space may have a lower or higher number of credits than a low energy space, and that, with our new list, that can kind of be broken out and we can have a list of credits and how many we need to achieve. So yeah, I think we'll need to take a hard look at does do we need the same number of credits in all building types or not? So I'm not sure the best process to move that through, but we need to start thinking about a way that we can move the number forward and keep it possible. You know, if PV is allowed or offsite PV or other things, then that would obviously increase the likelihood that you could get to the number of credits that you need to get to. So thank you.
Thanks, Eric. David, ready?
Yeah, I guess I agree with the intent. I mean, there's a number of other moving pieces like the space heating and the water heating proposal that I think do make some pretty dramatic steps outside of C406. So just wonder if these numbers are the right increment, if you had already considered that in your proposal, that those would pass or not.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
Yeah, it's a question. Does this account for the idea that the space heating and water heating measures were passed, or is it assuming they didn't?
Well, it was before the context of the finished proposals for those, just the recognition that we're not moving fast enough. And I think I'd be happy to tinker with what the amount is. I just don't know that we're setting a high enough bar. And with respect to projects that are harder, I mean, there's some projects that are not going to get a 70% reduction because they're already 60% unregulated. So, they're going to need more solar, and there's going to have to be other ways of thinking about this to get to the end game. And, I think we need to recognize that we need to push the envelope further. But the short answer is no. It's not. It hasn't been updated since the other things that have happened and some of the other proposals have been discussed. So it probably needs to be considered in that context.
Eric Bedell.
Thank you. Couple questions. The first one is I'd like to understand the context of what we just reviewed with Reed and how this 406.1 would work together with that proposal. Because it feels like this is just a continuation on the 2018 Washington State Energy Code where we are increasing those credits on that table 406.1. I mean, basically they're separate, right? We're just taking 2018 saying we're going to take from 6 to 9, which I agree with that we have to. I don't know if it's 9, but there has to be an increase there. I just want to put that out there. Am I missing something here? Because this is completely separate than that Reed proposal.
Well, Reed mentioned that if this passed, to merge them, you could just increase the points that he's proposing by 50%. So
okay, Mike. So if we do vote this proposal right now, it is separate than that other one that we're working on. I'm a little confused on that.
Yeah. So what happens is lots of people come up with proposals that are vastly different, and then we have to reconcile them.
Yeah, we have to okay.
So let's say we voted this forward today. Then Reed would have to figure out when we next discuss his proposal, how the kind of 50% increase in credits for this proposal affects his proposal. Or if we voted his first, then this one would have to kind of figure that out when we so we have to reconcile this in that.
I'm going to make a motion to disapprove on the basis that it hasn't been vetted fully. And the Reed proposal is so much more sophisticated and complete. So my motion is to disapprove. We have lots of C406 things and that are better that we can approve.
We have a motion on the table. The only thing in order is to ask for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Is there discussion on further this on this proposal?
So I'm not a tag member, but I'm the proponent. Can I respond or not?
Yeah, you can, I guess you can't raise your hand necessarily, but if you want to speak, I'll give you the floor because you are on a phone and you can't raise your hand. So go for it.
Well, the only thing I'd say is, you know, it's not about better or worse. It's just about what our target is. So, you know, this proposal fits right into what Reed proposed. It just changes the metric. It changes the performance target. And it's basically a 3% increase in stringency of the code, just across the board. We decide whatever the outcome of Reed's proposal, we're going to increase it by 3%. So, you know, it can fit right into that proposal. It just changes the scoring criteria. And that's all going to get changed by whatever this group adopts that affects Reed's procedures anyway. As Chelstar said when he introduced 406, it's kind of the last thing we do because everything else we do affects it. So I don't think there's any inherent conflict. It's just a matter of whether we target a higher level of stringency. So that's all I have to say about it.
Thanks, Mark. Lisa.
Yeah, I would disagree with Patrick's comment that, you know, this one is needed to have gone through the same, you know, level of analysis. I think Reed's proposal takes care of that this is additive. I think that it's pretty clear that this would be complementary, I guess, would be the better way to describe it. It's a complementary proposal to Reed's proposal. The other thing that I think it would be important to keep in mind is that proposal plus all of the other C406 proposals that we have not yet had an opportunity to review as a tag. There are other ideas. The list of opportunities for credits is going to get longer. And so that longer list, it is going to make it easier to be able to select an appropriate number of credits or strategies so that it'll be easier for different building types to be able to comply with the higher number of credit. So I'm in support of increasing the number of required credits, and I think that our combined, the proposals that are being presented as collectively make it doable.
Okay, Dwayne?
I think that the earlier comment, I forget who it was from, that we very well might pass into the code the heat pump water heating, heat pump space heating rules. Those are among the most commonly used of the credits, and a big chunk of the way people get credits. So it makes me now wonder how achievable this is. So I'd like to see if maybe we could, Mr. Frankel would consider this same thing, but instead of increasing 50%, just increase one credit on each. So go from 6 to 7 and go from 4 to 5 or whatever it was.
I'd be happy to have that considered.
Well, right now there's a motion on the floor. There could be a motion to table, and the motion to table would take precedence over the main motion right here. If
no,
we
this would be a motion to modify as a friendly amendment.
Yep. Okay. So Dwayne is asking Patrick if. Well, actually, no. You don't really actually have to ask Patrick. You can propose an amendment to it. You can ask Patrick if he wants to amend his motion. If he doesn't,
right, that's right. I forgot we're on a motion to disapprove. So never mind. I'll wait until this one is resolved.
Okay.
I think we have to vote first, and you know, Dwayne, I'm liking kind of what you're saying, but what I don't like, and I don't like it in any code cycle, is dartboard math. And to me, this proposal, as it's written, sitting right there, is nothing more than dartboard math. And I've seen it in lighting power allowances where we just throw a multiplier at it, and it's irresponsible. I do agree, and I know we're going to increase the credits, and C406 is going to be revetted, but this is not the way to do it. We've been looking at a lot of sophisticated things. This is dartboard math, and I think it should be voted down and let the better proposals carry on, because we're going to increase C406 anyways. We don't need this kind of math.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. We are over time, so I'd like some really quick testimony, and then let's vote. Amy,
Well, I was going to move to table, but
you're gonna what?
I was going to move to table this and encourage
Okay.
Mark to be part of that.
Yeah.
We have a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to table and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion to table? Actually, no, I think
No discussion.
no discussion. All right, let's take a roll call vote on this motion to table.
Eric Bedell,
Yay,
that was a A? or-
yay, yay, yes,
Yay,
yes,
okay.
yes. We're gonna motion to table this one.
Thank you. CJ
She left.
left. Michael Kurtwright. Mike Fowler,
Sorry, mute troubles. Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Gary Hickinen,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Mike McGivern,
Yes.
Eric Olnon, Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Looks like he's gone.
Amy Wheelis.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-2.
Okay, we successfully kicked this cane down the road. That's something we appear to be good at as a tag. Thank you so much for all of your time today and all of your intelligence. We will see you in 2 weeks. And I look forward to it very much. All right, take care, everybody.
Thanks, Shell. Great job, man.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good job, everybody.
Bye.
Have a good one.